Chapter 411. Appear after a moment of silence. A cold glint flashed across Mo's eyes. However, not a single trace of it could be seen on his face. Instead, he cupped his hands towards his surroundings and said, "Since this friend insists on protecting them, then Mo you will give you face today." However, before he could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed across Mo's eyes. Taking a step forward, his body flashed like a bolt of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Song Shui. Vigorous spiritual energy gushed out at this moment, causing an enormous shockwave to cause the guards around Song Shui to rapidly retreat. "You're courting death." However, just as he was 3 meters away from Song Shui, a cold shout filled with killing intent suddenly rang out. In the next instant, an invisible energy fluctuation blended into the air like a bolt of lightning. In the next instant, it unexpectedly exploded on Mo's chest. Bang! A low and deep explosion rang out, but it did not bring about any energy collision. However, the spiritual energy that permeated Mo's body instantly became chaotic. His body became sluggish as a massive force exploded on his chest. The wild and ferocious force directly blasted the skin on his body until it was dripping with blood. His body also hurriedly retreated. Song Yuan's beautiful eyes stared straight at Mo, who had been defeated so miserably with just a single blow, as huge waves surged in her heart. She knew that although this fellow was disgusting, his strength was not weak. Other than her brother Song Su and a few others who could barely suppress him, ordinary powerhouses were simply not his match. She never imagined that he would be reduced to such a miserable state before even seeing his opponent. Just how terrifying was the strength of the person who had attacked her? Could it be that he had stepped into the 9th heavenly stage? Not many women that Su Li, have set my eyes on can escape. At this moment, Su Li suddenly appeared beside Song Shui. It was too fast. From the time Mo was forced back to the time he appeared, only a few breaths had passed. Simply no one could react in time. Song Yuan and the Song family guards wanted to come to their rescue, but it was too late. They could only watch as Song Shui fell into the hands of the other party. Su Li's spiritual energy surged as he let out a lewd laugh. Immediately after, he reached out to grab Song Shui. His speed was extremely fast, and with Han Songshue's strength, there was no way she could dodge. Therefore, she could only watch as his claws landed on her shoulder. Song Shui's beautiful eyes were completely closed. Before the darkness descended, she saw a distorted face filled with excitement. A palm imbued with boundless aura slammed towards her. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Song Shui only felt a gust of wind blowing towards her. The sharp wind caused her skin to hurt. However, the scene she had imagined did not appear. She could not help but open her eyes in confusion. She saw that Su Li, who should have been right in front of her, had retreated a few meters. He was holding her hand and looking at her in shock. No, he wasn't looking at her. Instead, it was behind him. Song Shui was stunned. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly before her pupils violently shrunk. All she saw was a fair hand appear out of thin air beside her ear. There was no reaction at all. It just appeared like that. It was this fair hand that was like a woman's that blocked Su Li's attack. Song Shui was stunned, but she quickly regained her senses. She abruptly turned her head, and what entered her eyes was an indifferent and emotionless young face. The young man's face was indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples. Other than being delicate and pretty, there was nothing special about him. However, there was an aura of confidence emanating from him. It caused this delicate and pretty face to have a different flavor. After a short circuit in her mind, Song Shui quickly regained her senses. Immediately, her eyes widened as she looked at the person who had attacked her in disbelief. "Qin, Big Brother Qin Feng?" While Song Shui was still in shock, Qin Feng smiled at her. "Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you." Song Shui stared blankly at Qin Feng. Your injuries have healed? Thank you for your elixir." Qin Feng smiled. He glanced at the bloodstain on Song Shui's neck and a deep chill flashed across his eyes. Then he said softly, "Stand behind me." Looking at the warm smile on his face, Song Xuan nodded and hurriedly ran behind him. Song Yuan was also incomparably shocked. Previously, when that person spoke, she had already suspected that it was Qin Feng's doing. However, the scene before her eyes had greatly exceeded her expectations. This mysterious powerhouse was actually Qin Feng. The Song family guards and mercenaries were all dumbfounded. They could not believe that the mysterious powerhouse they were talking about was actually Qin Feng, the person they called trash. Because Qin Feng's identity was unknown, Song Yuan, Song Su, and the others had expressed that they did not welcome him. Moreover, they suspected that Qin Feng was a spy sent by the Mo family. Therefore, their attitude towards Qin Feng was not good, and they did not hesitate to call him trash. However, Qin Feng only smiled faintly and did not respond. This made them even more certain that this person was trash. However, before their eyes, this trash had become the mysterious powerhouse who had saved them. This unexpected turn of events shocked them and even made them feel ashamed. Song Lin's expression was also very interesting. She looked at Qin Feng in shock. She could not believe that Qin Feng, who was judged to be a cripple, was actually so powerful. Mou and Su Li's expressions were gloomy. Their joint attack was still repelled by this person. This showed how powerful he was. Perhaps he was even more powerful than any of them. Mou looked at Qin Feng warily and said, "Friend, you don't look familiar. I don't think you're from Great Yin City. May I know if the Mo family has offended you? Why are you obstructing us?" Qin Feng glanced at him before he looked at the others. He chuckled and said, "I've said it before. If you dare to touch her, you'll die." Then he walked towards Su Li step by step. Swoosh! Su Li quickly appeared behind Song Lin, who was sealed. He said in a sinister tone, "Let's see if you can kill her faster or if I can kill her faster." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but smile. He did not stop walking. "Please don't do this. Save me." Song Lin was so scared that her face turned pale when she saw that Qin Feng did not care about her at all. However, Qin Feng did not even look at her. He continued to walk towards Su Li. "If you come any closer, I'll kill her," Su Li shouted. Spiritual energy rippled in his palm. "I'm only protecting her. The lives of the others have nothing to do with me." Qin Feng continued to walk towards Song Lin. "Qin Feng, you'll kill Song Lin if you do this." Song Yuan was anxious. She quickly dove toward Qin Feng, trying to stop him. Feeling the force coming toward him, Qin Feng smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, the yin-yang fusion formation shot out from the tip of his finger and directly sent Song Yuan flying. After easily sending Song Yuan flying, Qin Feng walked towards Su Li. He said softly, "You touched someone you shouldn't have. Today you must die." Qin Feng's coldness and heartlessness made Song Lin's face turn pale. Looking at how he was acting, it seemed like he didn't care about her life or death at all. Her gaze suddenly stopped on Song Shui, and she hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Shui, save sister. No matter what, we are sisters. You can't just watch me die. Xiao Shui, no matter how wrong Xiao Lin is, she's still your sister. She has the same blood as us," Song Yuan said. Right now, the only person who could stop Qin Feng was probably Song Shui. Song Shui hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Big brother Qin Feng, can you save big sister Song Lin?" Chapter 412. Heaven blending grass. Qin Feng stopped 10 meters away from Su Li and asked without looking back, "Little Shui, do you really want to save her?" Song Shui pursed her lips before nodding. "She's still my sister. I can't just stand by and watch her die. Big brother Qin Feng, please save her." Qin Feng sighed and shook his head. "I have no obligation to save her." Song Shui's eyes darkened as she whispered, "But she's my sister. But she doesn't treat you as her sister." Qin Feng shook his head. "These two aren't weak, and they try to control Song Lin first. Even I can't do anything." Hearing this, Song Lin's pretty face instantly turned pale. If even he couldn't do anything, who could save her? Did she really have to? Thinking of Su Li's past, she suddenly shuddered. If she fell into his hands, it would be worse than death. Song Yuan's face also stiffened as she understood. Mou and Su Li had captured Song Lin to threaten them. Unless there was a ninth-stage Heaven Realm Master who could instantly imprison them, no one could save her. Qin Feng might be much stronger than Mou and Su Li, but he couldn't subdue Su Li before he killed Song Lin. While the two sides were in a deadlock, the people on both sides retreated, gripping their weapons as they guarded against each other. Mou's face was gloomy. Although they had captured Song Lin, the difference between their previous predictions was too great. He had wanted to eradicate the Song family. Originally, they had planned to use the puppet to lure Song Su away, while he and Su Li took action to subdue Song Yuan and the others, then joined forces to kill Song Su. This was a very good plan that had been carried out successfully, but at the critical moment, a master had appeared in the Song family's convoy, directly reversing the situation and ruining their plans. Mou's heart was filled with hatred. If this person hadn't appeared, he would have already taken down the Song family. The loss of these seedlings would definitely be a huge blow to the Song family, laying a solid foundation for the Mo family to annex the Song family in the future. But all of this had been ruined by this young man in front of him. Asterisk calm. Asterisk a figure shot out and landed in front of Mou and Su Li. Puppet battle? The two of them were stunned. The puppet warrior swept its gaze across the battlefield, and a deep frown appeared on its forehead. Why haven't we dealt with these people yet? Because of this person, Mou pointed at Qin Feng and said hatefully, if it wasn't for him, we would have taken down the Song clan long ago. The puppet warrior looked at Qin Feng and narrowed his eyes, asking, who is this person? An expert hired by the Song clan? Most likely, Su Li said, then asked, Brother Gue, Song Su, I can only delay him for a while. The puppet warrior shook its head. While Zhang Xian was speaking, Song Su landed on the ground. Upon seeing the current situation, he was taken aback. He had already noticed the commotion in the area when he was fighting with the puppet warriors, but he had been held back by the puppet warriors all this while. He had thought that Song Yuan and the others had been captured, but contrary to his expectations, only Song Lin had been captured. Song Yuan stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. It's him. When he found out that it was Qin Feng who forced back Su Li and Mou by himself, Song Su's heart trembled. Even he found it difficult to fight against two people by himself. From this, it was not difficult to see that this person was not the slightest bit weaker than him. In fact, he might even be stronger. Thank you, brother. The Song clan will remember this great kindness. Song Su cupped his fist to Qin Feng and said solemnly. Qin Feng pursed his lips and ignored him. Song Su did not mind either. He looked at Mou and Su Li and said sternly, let Xiao Lin go. Mou sneered. Song Su, don't you think that your words are childish? If we really let her go, will you let us live? Song Su's eyes darkened. After a moment of silence, he said, as long as you let Xiao Lin go, I will let you go. I don't dare to believe your words. Mou sneered. Then what do you want? Song Su frowned. Let us go. When we reach a safe place, I will naturally let Song Lin go. Mou said, we don't dare to believe your words even more. Song Yuan's face was cold. If Song Lin was taken away by Su Li, it would be impossible for her to be released. Brother Song Su, save me. I can't be taken away by them. Song Lin's face was pale, and she was trembling in fear. Xiao Lin, don't worry. I will definitely save you. Song Su said to Song Lin. He then looked at Mou and said, I said that as long as you let Xiao Lin go, I will definitely not do anything to you. That won't do. Mou shook his head. He paused for a moment and said, if you don't agree with me, then we can only continue like this. However, I can't guarantee how long Miss Song Lin can last. Song Su narrowed his eyes and said, Mou, you are stalling for time for your brother, Mo's son, and purposely holding me back. He didn't come here, so he should have already gone ahead. Mou was startled. He then shook his head and smiled, as expected of someone that even my brother is afraid of. The opportunity to obtain the Heaven Blending Grass is hard to come by. Naturally, one less competitor will increase the chances of obtaining it. As expected, you still know about this, Song Su said in a deep voice. Huh. The Song family isn't the only ones who know about the appearance of the heaven-blending grass. Mou smiled and said, since we have already exposed ourselves, there is no need to speak in riddles. I will not let Song Lin go. I will only release her when my brother absorbs the heaven-blending grass. Of course, you can also disregard your sister's life and forcefully take action. Song Su and Song Yuan's faces were very gloomy. They clenched their fists tightly. The heaven-blending grass had a strange energy that could help one comprehend the ninth heaven. They were both at the late stage of the minor heaven realm. If they could use the heaven-blending grass to comprehend the Tao, they might be able to reach the ninth heaven realm. This kind of information was very secretive. When the Song family found out, they did not spread it. Therefore, they pretended to be a caravan and entered the unfolding mountain range to search for the heaven-blending grass. He had been separated from the caravan and searched for the approximate location of the heaven-blending grass. Just 2 days ago, he found the approximate location of the heaven-blending grass and was rushing in that direction. In the end, he encountered this kind of situation. Just as Mou said, the opportunity to comprehend the ninth heaven was hard to come by even in 100 years. They really did not want to give it up. However, Song Lin was in the enemy's hands. If they fought, Song Lin would not be able to survive. This put them in a difficult position, and they did not dare to act rashly. Heaven-blending grass? Hearing the unfamiliar name, Qin Feng was stunned. His eyes flickered. Although he did not know what the heaven-blending grass was, judging from the expressions of these people, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Just as his thoughts flashed, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned around and saw Song Shue's weak and pleading eyes. Big brother Qin Feng, can you save big sister Song Lin? Looking at Song Shui, Qin Feng sighed and said softly, I will try my best. Turning around, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. His hands quietly formed a seal. The mark between his eyebrows suddenly flashed, and a strange energy slowly spread out. It spread out 1 meter around him and disappeared into nothingness. Chapter 4:13. Cooperation. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing 2 balls of green flames in the depths of his pupils. He looked at Mou and Su Lian differently, and the hand seals in his hands suddenly changed. Water God technique. In the dark void, the power of water quietly gathered. Under Qin Feng's control, it quickly formed a heavenly water domain, enveloping Mou, Su Li, and the others. This was a long-distance control of the heavenly water domain. Not only did it require extremely precise control, but it also required absolute control of the water god technique. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng would find it difficult to be so precise. The moment the heavenly water domain was formed, turbulence surged within the water ball. Waves of mental energy shot out, turning into sharp mental weapons that shot towards Su Li and Mou. At the same time, a sailor suddenly appeared, grabbing Su Li and Song Lin in its hands, and then slowly clenched. First, they fell into the water inexplicably, then they were attacked by invisible weapons, and finally, they were grabbed by a large hand. Su Li didn't have time to think about anything else. He instinctively let go of Song Lin and used all his strength to resist the pressure around him. Whoosh! The moment he let go of Song Lin, the latter was pulled out by a force and thrown out. Qin Feng's figure appeared in the water ball, his palms surrounded by powerful spiritual energy, and blasted into Su Li's chest at lightning speed. As the latter was sent flying, Qin Feng's hand quickly reached out to Su Li's neck and lifted him up. Rumble! Qin Feng's other palm struck out, sending Mou flying. The others didn't know what happened. Due to the turbulence of the heavenly water domain, their vision was blurred, and they could only feel the intense spiritual energy fluctuations in the water ball. Then, Song Lin was thrown out. Song Su and Song Yuan hurried over, the former asking, "What happened?" Song Lin shook her head blankly, not knowing what happened. The water ball exploded, and the scene inside slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. When they saw the situation inside, everyone instantly froze. Where the water ball disappeared, Mo clutched his chest, his face full of shock, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Su Li, on the other hand, was lifted into the air by Qin Feng. His hands hung limply by his side. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. How'd he do it? Song Yuan, Song Lin, and the others' jaws dropped as they stared at the scene in disbelief. Only a few seconds had passed, and they had no idea when Qin Feng had made his move. Not only had he rescued Song Lin, but he had also injured Mo and captured Su Li. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Even if it was a sneak attack, Mo and Su Li shouldn't have been injured and captured so easily. Mo was drenched from head to toe as he stared at Qin Feng in shock. His lips trembled, but no words came out of his mouth. He was clearly stunned. Su Li's eyes were also filled with shock and fear. His opponent's methods were too strange. He had almost no room to retaliate before he was captured. Looking at the expressionless Qin Feng, Su Li was truly afraid. He struggled violently, but soon he was horrified to find that his spiritual energy was uncontrollably gathering towards his opponent's body. This discovery caused his face to instantly turn pale. His lips trembled as he said, "Let me go, or else my big brother won't let you off." Qin Feng looked at him indifferently, his face expressionless. His devouring power intensified, and in a few seconds, all of Su Li's spiritual energy was devoured. The latter's body also became limp. Qin Feng threw him to the side, after which his eyes, which were like burning green flames, looked at Mo without any emotion. Mo's throat moved as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at Su Li's lifeless body, and his heart trembled. "Retreat." He waved his hand, looked deeply at Qin Feng, and quickly entered the dense forest. As Mo left, Qin Feng's body trembled. His eyes regained their clarity, and he staggered back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "I'm still lacking a little." Qin Feng sighed. Activating the Dao Yin mode was still a little difficult for him, and the consumption was too great. But only in this state could he control the sky-water domain with extreme precision, and fuse his spiritual energy with it to save Song Lin unscathed. In his usual state, controlling the sky-water domain from a distance was his limit. He couldn't fuse his spiritual energy at all, let alone use sailor strength in the sky-water domain. Moreover, he had to distinguish between the enemy and the hostage, and achieve two extremes in power. Only in the Dao Yin mode could he use battle techniques, magic, and other attacks exquisitely. However, the Dao Yin mode was only activated by him at the critical moment. He had only comprehended it a little, but he hadn't truly comprehended this mode. Therefore, if he wanted to activate it, it would consume a lot of his spiritual energy. Song Shui quickly ran over and supported Qin Feng, her face filled with worry. "Big brother Qin Feng, are you all right?" Qin Feng waved his hand. Fortunately, he had devoured Su Li's spiritual energy and converted it into his own, filling up the emptiness in his Qi Si. Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others walked over and thanked him. "This time, we really have to thank Brother Qin Feng for his help. Otherwise, little Lin would have been in real danger." At this moment, Song Lin lowered her head, her usual arrogance restrained. She lowered her head, not daring to speak. "Sure enough, you're not an ordinary person." Song Yuan stared at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. She had examined Qin Feng before. That kind of terrifying injury could cripple an ordinary person. It was impossible for them to recover. There's a master behind the Mo family. If I'm not wrong, that person has probably reached the half-step 9th stage heavenly realm. Qin Feng looked at Song Su and the others and said lightly, "Half-step 9th stage heavenly realm." As soon as these words came out, not only did Song Su's expression change, but the expressions of the surrounding Song family guards also became a little ugly. A half-step 9th stage heavenly master was an existence beyond the minor heaven realm and was only one step into the 9th stage. For them, This was an existence they could not contend with. How do you know? Song Yuan frowned and asked. Believe it or not, you people can't compete with the Mo family. I think it's best for you to return as soon as possible, Qin Feng said. Heaven-harmonizing grass is hard to come by, even in 100 years. We don't want to give up, Song Su shook his head and said. Qin Feng heard this and shrugged, not saying anything more. In any case, he didn't care about the life or death of these Song family people. Whatever they wanted to do, they could do as they pleased. Besides, how could there be a half-step 9th-stage heavenly realm master? It was all nonsense. He had also taken a liking to the heaven-harmonizing grass. If he could scare off the Song family and reduce the number of competitors, it would naturally be good. But if he couldn't scare them off, he could simply snatch it with his own strength. Thinking like this, Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. He didn't have much meaning and planned to leave this place. Song Su looked at Qin Feng's back and hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, Brother Qin Feng, perhaps we can cooperate. Chapter 414. Reward Qin Feng's footsteps paused as he turned around to look at Song Su and asked indifferently, Why should I cooperate with you? The Song family guards became even angrier as they retorted, We saved you, let alone cooperating. Isn't it reasonable for us to ask for your help? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng sneered as he looked at the group and said, First of all, I want to remind you that it was little Shui who saved me, not you. Secondly, just now, I helped you resolve the crisis and even save one of your young ladies. 5 days of shelter should be enough to offset the debt, Qin Feng said indifferently. Although the Song family had given him 5 days to recuperate, he had not received the slightest bit of care from anyone else. In fact, they were not even willing to give him any healing herbs. Therefore, when he said these words, he did not feel any burden. Also, I don't care at all about what you're trying to snatch, so there's no need to talk about cooperation. Song Yuan's expression turned somewhat ugly due to Qin Feng's blunt words. However, after thinking about it, she realized that they really did not take much care of Qin Feng. They had only taken him in because of Song Shui. In the end, they did not really want to bring a seriously injured stranger along. If not for Qin Feng's help, let alone Song Lin, all of them would have fallen into the Mo family's trap. If they really wanted to talk about gratitude, it should be them who owed Qin Feng. The others also looked at each other, their expressions somewhat unnatural. They were naturally well aware of the disregard and ridicule they had for Qin Feng these past few days. The atmosphere in the entire camp was a little stiff for a while. The so-called half-step 9th stage heavenly realm that Qin Feng had mentioned clearly gave them a lot of pressure. If they did not think of a way to deal with him, they would all be buried once he took action. There was no need to talk about the heaven-harmonizing grass. Song Su spread his hands to the side. He had never been good at socializing with others, so he could only leave it to Song Yuan. Song Yuan felt a headache coming on. After some thought, she turned to look at Song Shui. It seemed that Qin Feng was only kind to Song Shui. Seeing Song Yuan's gaze, Song Shui shook her head timidly. Since Qin Feng was unwilling, she didn't dare to say anything. When Song Yuan saw this, she felt exceptionally helpless. Just as she was having a headache, Qin Feng suddenly turned his head and said, It's impossible for us to work together, but I can help you. Hearing these words, the spirits of Song Yuan and the others were roused. They hurriedly looked towards Qin Feng. However, she did not say much. Since the other party had suddenly relented, there must be more to it. If you want me to help you, shouldn't you give me some compensation as well? Qin Feng said indifferently, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What do you want? Song Yuan was startled for a moment before she cautiously asked. 25th grade healing pills. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. 25th grade healing pills. Aren't you being a bit too greedy? The surrounding Song family guards all turned red as they angrily rebuked. Obviously, they all thought that Qin Feng was being greedy. Compared to your lives, what is this little bit of medicinal pills? Qin Feng sneered and said, Moreover, if that expert were to make a move at that time, I'm afraid it would be good if 20 to 30% of you could survive. Compared to your lives, 25th grade medicinal pills are simply not worth mentioning. Can you deal with a master of that level? Someone questioned in dissatisfaction. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Whether I can deal with him or not has nothing to do with you. In short, I can guarantee that if a fight really breaks out, that person won't have time to attack you. Asterisk qua. Asterisk's words caused an uproar, and even Song Su's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai. Stalling a half-step 9th stage Heavenly Realm Master. Even he didn't have this ability, yet Qin Feng could actually do it? Qin Feng's words about a half-step 9th stage Heavenly Realm Master were nonsense, but it was true that he could deal with him. Without fully opening his Dao Yin mode, Yang Kai was confident he could hold his own. Good, if you can really do it, we could take out 25th grade healing pills. Song Yuan's expression changed for a while, but before she had time to speak, Song Su laughed and said. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Feng's face grew even wider, and then he stretched out his hand in front of everyone's eyes. Give me the reward first. Song Yuan and the others stared dumbfounded at Qin Feng, who had stretched out his hand in a righteous manner, and for a moment, a sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts. This guy, since we've decided to do this, let's not waste time on these insignificant things. Song Su, on the other hand, was very calm. He said to Song Yuan and Song Lin, take out all of your 5th grade healing medicines. Hearing this, the two women could only rummage through their universe bags and take out their pills. Seeing that the 3 of them had barely managed to gather 20 pills, Qin Feng was puzzled. Song Shui alone had given him 9 pills, but the 3 of them had only managed to gather 20. However, their status was obviously much higher than Song Shui's. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it, and simply accepted the 20 pills, taking 2 for himself and giving the rest to Song Shui. For me, Song Shui's eyes widened. Not to mention her, even Song Su, Song Yuan, and the guards were dumbfounded. 25th grade pills, this guy was giving them to Song Shui all at once. Was there something wrong with his head? Take them. Qin Feng stuffed the pills into Song Shui's hands and smiled. I already said that I borrowed these pills, so I'll pay you back twice as much. No. Song Shui hurriedly shook her head and said, Brother Qin Feng, you need these pills more to heal. Don't worry, my injuries have already recovered by more than half. I don't need so many. Qin Feng looked at Song Shui, then glanced at Song Lin and said mysteriously, Little Shui, what's yours is yours. Don't give it to others. For some feelings, the more you take the initiative, the cheaper it will be. Song Shui was stunned. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Qin Feng. She, who had a clear mind, naturally understood what Qin Feng meant. Song Yuan and Song Lin's expressions were a little unnatural, especially the latter, who lowered her head in shame. In the spacious carriage, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. The environment of this carriage was obviously much better than the previous one. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony with Song Su and the others. Previously, he didn't want to have any entanglements with them, but now that he had agreed to help, he naturally didn't feel any burden. He paid, it was fair. Of course, Qin Feng also had his own considerations for this deal. This heaven-blending grass should be an extraordinary item, and there must be a lot of people eyeing it. With his strength alone, it would be a little difficult to compete with so many powerhouses. Now that he had joined forces with the Song clan, it would be a lot easier. As for how to distribute it when the time came, it would be discussed after the matter was over. In any case, Qin Feng wasn't someone who was willing to suffer losses. Chapter 415. Heart's Demon. Before dawn, Song Su and Song Yuan came to find Qin Feng to discuss some issues regarding this cooperation. The two of them arrived at Qin Feng's carriage. Song Su didn't beat around the bush and directly said, At most, we will arrive at Scarlet Flame Mountain in 1 day. Can Brother Qin Feng's injuries completely recover? 1 day. Qin Feng nodded. Yes. After a pause, he asked, The heaven-blending grass is at Scarlet Flame Mountain? Also, what kind of grass is this? Everyone is fighting over it. It seems like it is a good thing. When Song Su heard this, he smiled faintly and didn't hide anything. The heaven-blending grass is a type of grass that is closest to the Tao. It receives the nourishment of the Tao of heaven and earth, and it has a miraculous effect of helping one comprehend the Tao. It's a great opportunity for minor heaven realm experts. That's right. The heaven-fusing grass can fuse all the Taos in the world. It's easier for one to enter the ninth heaven while comprehending the Taos. It's even possible for one to break through the shackles of the sky and enter the ninth heaven, Song Yuan said with a fiery look in her eyes. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect the heaven-blending grass to be so powerful. He had been stuck at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm for a while now. Perhaps he could use this grass to enter the minor heaven realm. Qin Feng asked, "How many heaven-blending grass are there? What are your goals?" The two of them smiled at each other when they heard this. Song Su smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Qin Feng doesn't know much about the heaven-blending grass. This kind of grass is a rare treasure and can't exist in the same world. Only when one disappears will another appear. A mature heaven-blending grass has a total of 9 leaves. Our goals will depend on the maturity of the heaven-blending grass. You also know that although the news hasn't spread, there must be a lot of people who know about the heaven-blending grass in this area. If we snatch too many, it will make those people jealous." Qin Feng nodded and asked, "Can one leaf only be used by one person?" "That's not it." Song Yuan shook her head slightly and smiled. "The essence of a leaf is very rich, enough for 3 to 5 people to absorb. Of course, the more essence you absorb, the better it is for you." At this point, Song Yuan shook her head and smiled bitterly. But who would dare to monopolize a single leaf? There are only 9 leaves in the mature stage. Who knows how many experts have come this time? No one dares to do so, for fear of causing a group fight. The forces of your clans shouldn't be small, right? Why aren't there any experts helping you? Qin Feng looked at the two of them and asked, "Brother Qin Feng, you're oversimplifying the problem." Song Su shook his head and smiled. "The heaven-fusing grass is only useful to those below the 9th stage. Even if a 9th stage heavenly master obtains it, it won't have any effect. Although the various forces have not discussed it, there is an unwritten rule. No matter what the situation is, the older generation is not allowed to participate in the struggle of the younger generation. Everyone is well aware that the appearance of the heaven-fusing grass this time is an opportunity for the younger generation. Whoever obtains, it will depend on their own ability. No 9th stage heaven realm masters will interfere." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded inwardly. Seeing him pondering, Song Su smiled and said, "Brother Qin Feng, are you also interested in the heaven-fusing grass?" "Why? Am I not allowed to have it?" Qin Feng asked. "Of course you can." Song Su spread his hands and said seriously, "But since Brother Qin Feng has taken 25th grade pills, there are some things that I don't need to remind you of." Qin Feng frowned and said, "What's your minimum requirement?" "If there are less than 5 leaves, we want 1. If there are more than 5 leaves, we want 2, Song Su said. "You're quite ambitious." Qin Feng looked at him and said. Song Su smiled and said, "There's no other way. The heaven-fusing grass's effects are too amazing. We have to let as many of our clansmen absorb its essence as possible and lay the foundation for the 9th stage heavenly master." After a moment of silence, Qin Feng suddenly asked, "Will Song Shui get a share?" The two of them were stunned. They looked at each other and fell silent. After a long while, Song Su sighed and said, "Brother Qin Feng, you should know that no matter if it's a clan or an orthodoxy, the most important thing to nurture is to nurture disciples with potential. Little Shui's talent is mediocre, and her branch is the weakest in the Song clan. Any opportunity will naturally be given to the other stronger branches first." Qin Feng sighed inwardly. He knew that this would be the case. For a big clan, the clan's interests were above everything else. He naturally knew that the weaker branch would naturally be bullied. Fairness could only be achieved when one possessed absolute strength. The weak did not have the right to demand fairness. In other words, she doesn't have the right to obtain the heaven-fusing grass this time? Qin Feng said softly. If that's the case, why did she take the risk? After a moment of silence, Song Yuan said softly, She just wants to use all kinds of methods to be with us and get more attention from us. But you all have never paid attention to her. In your hearts, everything she has done for you all feel that it is only right. Just like just now, she risked her life to save Songlin. You all feel that it is only right. Qin Feng laughed softly. His tone was filled with ridicule and a trace of anger. She doesn't care about the gains and losses and doesn't care about the risks. She just wants to spend more time with her brothers and sisters and get more attention from them. After saying that, Qin Feng laughed lightly and said with a mocking tone, "The more things are delivered to the door, the cheaper they are. To you, her life or death doesn't matter, right?" Seeing that Song Yuan was about to say something, Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted her. He said softly, "In terms of cultivation, you are all stronger than her and are valued by your clans. However, in terms of conduct, you are too far away from her. You have been influenced by benefits and interests and have forgotten what kinship is. Kid, there's something wrong with your body. Hurry up and send them away." Qin Feng still wanted to say something, but the demon eye's voice suddenly sounded with some urgency. Qin Feng's heart shrank fiercely, but his expression didn't change. He waved his hand and said, "I know. Since I've received your payment, I naturally know what to do." Hearing the meaning in Qin Feng's words, the two didn't stay any longer and got off the carriage. After making sure that they were far away, Qin Feng hurriedly asked, "Old devil, what's the situation?" As soon as he spoke, he keenly felt the atmosphere in the carriage become somewhat heavy. "Old devil, just what happened?" The demon eye's silence made Qin Feng's hair stand on end. After a long silence, the demon eye sighed and said, "Do you know what an inner demon is?" "An inner demon?" Qin Feng's face was filled with confusion, but he could feel that the demon eye's voice was somewhat heavy. "Old devil, what do you mean?" Chapter 416. Dao Seed Replace? Qin Feng's brows gradually furrowed. He said softly, "Old devil, what's going on? When did the inner devil enter my body?" The demon eye shook his head and sighed. "I've already said that everyone has an inner demon. It exists in everyone's body since birth and is closely connected to their bloodline. An inner demon is born from desire. Without desire, there would be no inner demon. However, who in the world can be without desire? An inner demon is not a power in itself. As long as you can restrain your desires, it doesn't matter. However, your inner demon is different from others. What's even more terrifying is that your inner demon is very likely to have been stimulated by an evil spirit and has already fused with it. As the evil spirit grows stronger, it gradually evolves and forms an independent life form. In other words, your inner demon has fused with the evil spirit and become a living body with its own thoughts. You are its mother, a vessel that can absorb it." Hearing this, Qin Feng's frown deepened. After a moment of silence, he said, "How can it be resolved?" "For now, there is no solution." The demon eye sighed. "Perhaps this is the scariest part of the curse. Evil spirits originate from the curse, and it can stimulate the dark side in your heart, making your inner demons materialize. I've never seen such a situation before, but I've heard that it'll become abnormally evil and terrifying. This should be a bloodline inheritance. Your ancestors once had such a constitution." The demon eye sighed and said, "This constitution is extremely rare. It might not appear even once in 1,000 lifetimes. However, every time it appears, it will definitely cause a storm of blood in this world." Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I have such a constitution, will my family have such a constitution as well?" "No." The demon eye shook his head and said firmly. "Why?" Qin Feng asked. "As I said earlier, although this constitution is a bloodline inheritance, it is extremely rare. The inheritance rate is frighteningly low. It might not appear even once in 1,000 lifetimes." The demonic eye took a deep breath and sighed. "You have such a physique. Perhaps it's due to a curse. Now that your inner demon has fused with the evil seed, it is not something that you can resolve without using it. It will continue to grow under the nourishment of the evil seed until one day it will replace you." After a moment of silence, Qin Feng asked, "Does that mean that as long as one is stronger than the inner demon, one can suppress it?" Demon I nodded and said, "That's right. Theoretically, that's the case. However, unless you're much stronger than the inner demon, you won't be able to suppress it at all. Similarly, when the inner demon's strength reached a certain level, if it realized that it could not replace the mother's body, it would break out of the body and leave. Once the heart demon appears, it will kill the mother. If the mother's strength is higher than the heart demon, then it will naturally be fine. Otherwise, it will definitely die." Qin Feng swallowed his saliva and felt a chill in his heart. "Old devil, what should I do now?" Thinking about his situation, Qin Feng could not help but feel helpless. The evil seed was already terrifying enough. How could his inner demon jump out and cause trouble? The demon I shook its head and said, "No one can do anything when encountering such a situation. Only when you die will the heart demon disappear. Otherwise, when its strength reaches a certain level and it can leave its mother's body, it will leave your body." Hearing this, Qin Feng sighed and said helplessly, "Then how strong must it be before it can leave the body?" "It's hard to say. I rarely see such a situation and don't have many examples to refer to." After a moment of silence, Demon I continued, "However, according to my estimation, it will at least need to feel that it can deal with everything with its own strength before it can leave the body. There's no need to worry for a short period of time. However, you must remember that you must not use the power of the evil seed. Otherwise, it will only stimulate the inner demon to grow faster." Hearing the heaviness in Demon I's tone, Qin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Old devil, tell me the truth. How many years will it take for the inner demon in my body to reach the point where it can leave the body?" There was a moment of silence in the carriage. After a long while, Demon I sighed, "About 2 years, at most 3 years. After it leaves the body, what is its weakest level of strength? When the inner demon leaves the body, it will become a sovereign." "Sovereign?" Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously clenched his fists. Even if he did not eat or sleep and desperately cultivated for 3 years, it was impossible for him to become a sovereign in such a short period of time. This was simply unrealistic. This was not to say that Qin Feng's talent was lacking, but that such a situation was simply impossible. In 3 years, directly jumping from the heaven realm to the 9th layer of the heaven realm was something that no one could do. It had nothing to do with talent. "Old devil, since you told me, you should have a way," Qin Feng probed. "Due to some restrictions, I can't do anything." After a moment of silence, Demon I sighed helplessly. "However, there might be a way that can help you alleviate your current situation." "What is it?" Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked eagerly. "Condense the seed of Tao," said Demon I. "Condense the immortal seed?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows with a look of astonishment. "That's right." Demon I nodded. "What opposes the inner demon is naturally the Taos of the world. As long as you can condense the seed of Tao, you'll be able to suppress the inner demon to a certain extent. You'll be able to suppress the seed of Tao as well. That way, you'll be able to delay its growth. You'll be able to delay its emergence." "What's the seed of Tao?" Qin Feng asked. "To be precise, the seed of Tao is a carrier that carries the power of nature," said Demon I. The Demon I said, "This is a state. If you succeed in cultivating it, you'll enter a brand new state for a short time. You won't become stronger, but your entire being will be elevated to an extremely mysterious state. Not only will your mind be elevated, but your entire body will be elevated as well. You have to know that a person's strength can slowly become stronger with the passage of time, and their soul will slowly grow as well. However, it's impossible to go from one state to another, but the seed of Tao can. The 10 of them intertwined." Qin Feng pondered for a while before asking, "Can this seed of Tao increase a person's battle prowess?" It doesn't just increase battle prowess." Demon I chuckled. "It increases your entire mind and soul, including your body. It's like you fighting a minor heaven realm cultivator as a spirit detecting realm cultivator. It can increase your strength, but it can allow you to reach the minor heaven realm. Do you understand? Qin Feng shook his head and then nodded. He hesitated. Why do I feel like this is a bit similar to the Dao Yin mode? Do you understand? Hee hee. Demon Eye chuckled. That's right, it's the Dao Yin mode. Qin Feng's eyes widened. I can already activate the Dao Yin mode. Huh, what kind of activation is that? Demon Eye snorted. You don't even have a seed of Dao, so how can you activate the Dao Yin mode? You're only activating the pseudo Dao Yin mode with the help of the celestial spirit mark. Qin Feng was stunned. I'm not in the Dao Yin mode, but I can clearly feel the changes in my body. It must be very difficult to activate and maintain that mode. Qin Feng was startled and nodded. You're lucky. With the celestial spirit mark of the Mother of Fairies, your comprehension of the power of nature should be much smoother. However, at this point, Demon Eye suddenly stopped and hesitated for a while before saying, condensing a seed of Dao is a bit difficult, and there's also some danger. Hearing Demon Eye's tone, Qin Feng's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he asked in a low voice, what danger? If you fail to condense it, you'll be lost in nothingness forever, jumping out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. In a sense, it's death. Demon Eye's tone was solemn. I originally wanted to tell you if there was no way, but I think it's better to let you choose for yourself. Qin Feng's face stiffened slightly. Failure meant death, and this price was indeed difficult to accept. Chapter 417. Perception of nothingness failure meant death. To be honest, Qin Feng had to consider the risk carefully. After a moment of silence, he asked, how high is the success rate of condensing a Dao seed? As far as I know, the success rate should be quite low. The Demon Eye paused and said, however, the Mother of the Fairies passed the celestial spirit mark to you, and she carried some Dao seed power with her. That's why you could barely activate the pseudo Dao Yin mode. It seems that the Mother of the Fairies has succeeded in cultivating it. However, she only passed it to you and not the fairies. Firstly, it shows how difficult this method is. Secondly, it's very likely that your ancestor has also succeeded in cultivating this method and passed it to the Mother of the Fairies. My ancestor has also succeeded in cultivating it. The Demon Eye nodded and said, however, these are all successful cases. There are more failures. Frowning slightly, Qin Feng supported his chin with his palm. After a long while, his brows relaxed and he licked his lips. He shrugged and smiled lazily. Since my ancestor is not afraid of danger, how can I, as a descendant, be afraid? Old demon, teach me the method of condensing a Dao seed. Shaking his head, Qin Feng's handsome face showed a determined expression. You've really decided? With high returns, there are naturally high risks. There are no shortcuts in the path of cultivation. Qin Feng smiled. A light flashed in his palm, and a black scroll appeared in Qin Feng's hand. When his palm touched the scroll, it turned into a stream of information and directly poured into Qin Feng's head. Digesting the method of condensing a Dao seed would not take too long. Therefore, after only a few minutes, Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. How is it? The Demon Eye's tone was a little nervous. He opened his eyes and slowly closed them again. He frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng said, it's very strange and illusory. Guide the qi of nothingness into the body. The qi of nothingness does not exist in the natural world, but within it. Its power is ethereal and does not exist in the world, so it's called the power of Dao. Comprehend the world and absorb the qi of Dao. Using qi to condense the Dao seed. It condensed in his qi seed and assimilated with his core seed. The same energy and the same amount, 2 forces repel each other. If both forces were connected, the Dao seed would be formed. It's condensed using the Dao seed. Slowly opening his tightly shut eyes again, Qin Feng frowned as he carefully savored the content of the Dao seed condensation method. The latter part is somewhat understandable, but the former part is rather vague. Qin Feng scratched his head and said with a frown. Demon Eye nodded and said helplessly, that's why it's so difficult to condense a Dao seed. It's very difficult to absorb the power of nothingness in the world. How can ordinary people comprehend the power of nothingness? Mother of asterisk cur, doesn't that mean I can't cultivate? Which lunatic created this thing? Qin Feng cursed angrily. It's not completely impossible to cultivate. Demon, I shook his head and said, someone once comprehended the power of nothingness, but she didn't have the support of the celestial spirit imprint. However, she still failed in the end. This should be a failed case, Qin Feng said. Demon, I was silent and didn't reply. Taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaling, Qin Feng said, Old demon, I can start cultivating now, right? Have you really decided? You should know that if you fail, you'll have to pay a huge price. Even if it's me, it will be very difficult to pull you back from the nothingness. Demon, I said solemnly. Qin Feng nodded lightly and shrugged with a smile. Success is always accompanied by risks. Besides, my luck has always been very good, hasn't it? In the past, I was confident in completing anything. However, after hearing what you said, I really don't have much confidence in this thing. However, I've decided to take a gamble. Not for anything else, but for the persistence in my heart. Touching his nose, Qin Feng said with a faint smile, What a good for the persistence in your heart. Demon, I laughed and said, Take this persistence with you and go. Perhaps a miracle will happen to you. Girl, bless your son. He is surpassing you step by step. What you can't do, maybe he can. Demon, I sighed softly in his heart. Unfolding mountain range. Surrounded by mountains, there was a small hidden valley. The surging water of the waterfall was like a silver dragon as it heavily smashed against the rocks. Immediately, a thunderous muffled sound reverberated in the small valley. Boom! Like an enraged python, the water fell from the sky and smashed into the pool below. Immediately, the rumbling sound of water resounded in one's ears. The pool water rolled out wave after wave. At this moment, nature showed its great and mysterious side. Humans were so insignificant in front of it. In a valley, the thunderous muffled sound of water hitting the rocks and the rumbling sound of water pouring into the pool continuously reverberated in the small valley. It was extremely magnificent and filled with extremely moving scenes. In front of the waterfall, on a hard and clean green rock, a thin figure sat cross-legged on it. In front of the waterfall, the sound of waves was still as before. The thunderous muffled sound continuously came from behind, but that person was extremely silent and had a grave expression. Merging your body and mind into the natural world will help you comprehend the mysterious power of nothingness. I've done everything I can. Whether or not you succeed will depend on your luck. Qin Feng focused his mind and sat cross-legged on the green rock without moving. According to the requirements of condensing the Tao seed, one needed to comprehend the power of nothingness in the natural world and then absorb it into one's body. Only then would it be considered a success. Comprehending nothingness was obviously extremely difficult. At least with Qin Feng's current realm, it was still rather difficult. Although the condensing of the Tao seed had nothing to do with one's strength, in other words, the higher one's strength, the more experience one would have. Naturally, one's understanding of some things would be much deeper than a greenhorn. However, if not for the fact that his inner demon had merged with the demon evil seed and grew too quickly, the demon I would not have chosen to pass on the method of condensing the Tao seed to Qin Feng at this time. Of course, it did not mean that one could not successfully cultivate it if they were weak. After all, the key to comprehending nothingness was one's understanding of nature. Moreover, Qin Feng had a condition that those who had failed in the past did not have, and that was the celestial spirit mark. This was the highest mental cultivation method of the elf tribe. It contained the power of nature, and it had a great effect on his comprehension. Qin Feng went from being impatient at the beginning to being calm and then settling down. Gradually, he entered a mysterious state. He felt that his consciousness seemed to have merged into the natural world at this moment. Wherever his mind moved, he could go anywhere in the natural world. Countless mountains, rivers, and plains flashed past his consciousness, and in the end, they seemed to return to nothingness. Child, I'll take you to find nothingness. In that consciousness, a gentle voice sounded. The voice seemed to be filled with kindness. Qin Feng nodded. He did not know why, but he did not feel any repulsion towards that unfamiliar consciousness. Instead, he felt a strong sense of peace. Then, he felt that the gentle consciousness actually merged with him. The two consciousnesses merged, and Qin Feng's consciousness seemed to be in a trance. Then, endless mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas flew past before his eyes. Then, his consciousness spread out into nothingness. The entire world was reflected in their consciousness. Qin Feng's consciousness roamed the world. Then, the light of chaos seemed to appear in the nothingness. His consciousness entered the chaos in a daze. There was a piercing pain, and he struggled in pain. However, as the fluctuations of Qin Feng's consciousness increased, the piercing pain also became more intense. Chapter 4:18. Condensing the Tao seed. As Qin Feng's consciousness continued to struggle, the gentle voice rang out once again, entering Qin Feng's consciousness. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, a trace of clarity gradually appeared in the depths of his eyes. The light of clarity slowly expanded, and his consciousness gradually stopped struggling. As the struggle disappeared, the piercing pain also slowly disappeared. Qin Feng's consciousness slowly wandered within the primal chaos. This time, the piercing pain that had appeared previously actually completely disappeared. His consciousness began to condense, gradually taking shape within the primal chaos. Within the primal chaos, Qin Feng's consciousness, which had taken shape, slightly closed his eyes. His consciousness seemed to have completely merged into the primal chaos. There, he could feel a completely different energy and aura from this world. It was as if the world had just been created, a place where no living creatures had set foot in. It was fresh and pure, a place that was flawless and filled with a pure and holy aura. One flower, one world, one void. Void stands in the myriad of worlds, two do not exist. As Qin Feng's consciousness completely merged into the primal chaos, the hazy and grand voice seemed to faintly ring out. If one listened carefully, one would not be able to hear it. In this place that was filled with a pure and holy aura, Qin Feng gradually became intoxicated. Qin Feng swam freely within, as if all the burdens on his body had been removed. It was as if he did not know where he was and what he was seeking. He swam to his heart's content, the power of the void. After an unknown period of time, Qin Feng suddenly understood something. It was as if he had understood something at this moment. The so-called understanding of the void was the most supreme existence in this world. However, that existence did not have any thoughts, nor did it have any form. Yet, it was the most powerful existence in this world, the most supreme existence. The so-called void originated from it. One flower, one world, one void. Void stands in the myriad of worlds, two do not exist. The true Tao was the void. Qin Feng instantly understood. He saw an extremely resplendent light suddenly erupt from the chaos. It was as dazzling as the stars. The light tore through the sky at an extremely terrifying speed and instantly arrived in front of Qin Feng. It disappeared in a flash and entered between his eyebrows. As the light entered his body, Qin Feng, who was the embodiment of his consciousness, trembled violently. Then his body actually slowly dissipated into nothingness. Specks of light flashed in the form of his consciousness like stars. As the avatar dissipated, Qin Feng's consciousness instantly returned to his body from the void. When his consciousness returned, he immediately immersed his mind into his body. He saw that in his sea of qi, there was a small white pill floating in the middle of his sea of qi like a budding seedling. Compared to the demon evil seed, the white pill was very small. However, it emitted a unique aura. There was an indescribable Tao hidden within it. It was completely different from the spiritual energy, mental energy, and the demon evil seed in his body. It was an energy fluctuation that did not belong to this world. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and quietly looked at the extremely small white pill. The surface of the white pill emitted a mysterious halo, as if the Tao was spreading. Traces of pale white gas slowly rose from the white pill, causing people's vision to be distorted. It was like a cluster of flames. A faint and obscure aura was emitted from it. The aura was not strong, but it did not belong to any energy in this world. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, he could easily sense that the summoning of the demon evil seed was much smaller when the white pill was floating above the demon evil seed. Is this the Tao seed? Feeling the Tao seed in his body that was different from this world's aura, Qin Feng laughed softly. He had finally condensed it. However, the expression on his face did not relax. Instead, it became more dignified. This was because the next step was the most crucial. Energy assimilation. He had to integrate this energy with his spiritual energy and body. However, they had to maintain their original characteristics. In short, it was assimilation without assimilation. Spiritual energy was still spiritual energy, and the Tao seed was still the Tao seed. The two types of energy were used together, but they were used differently. The Tao seed squirmed slightly. Suddenly, a white light burst out from it and entered Qin Feng's mind through his meridians. Boom! The moment the white light entered Qin Feng's mind, it was as if there was a roar exploding in his mind. A wave of obscure and inexplicable information rushed in like a tide, and then turned into a series of obscure and mysterious cultivation chants. The Tao seed was illusory. The Tao energy was illusory. Using the illusory to condense reality, this was cultivation. There seemed to be an ancient Sanskrit sound that rang in Qin Feng's mind. It was like the sound he heard when his consciousness was wandering in the void zone. The sound was illusory and ethereal. The cultivation chants that ordinary people could not comprehend flowed in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng's mind also calmed down bit by bit, immersing himself in the complicated and obscure chants. The Sanskrit sound seemed to reverberate for a long time, but also seemed to last for only a moment. When the Sanskrit sound disappeared, Qin Feng's mind regained its clarity. He pondered for a long time, recalling the complicated chants in his mind. After a long while, his hands began to slowly form seals. This method of forming seals was slightly different from when he had activated the Tao Yin mode. However, he could vaguely feel that there were some similarities between the two methods. As Qin Feng began to form the seals, his mind sank into his body. He controlled the release of the Tao energy in the Tao seed. A tiny wisp of Tao energy, like a white gas, slowly spread out and poured into Qin Feng's meridians. It was only a tiny wisp of Tao energy, but it revealed a kind of holiness. It was like the pouring of moonlight, circulating along his meridians. Buzz, buzz. Just as the wisps of Tao energy were circulating in Qin Feng's meridians, he realized that the spiritual energy in his body was agitated, as if it was attracted by some irresistible force, trying to rush out and devour the wisps of Tao energy. Calm down, assimilate the Tao seed with the chants. Just as Qin Feng was slightly surprised by this change, a soft voice suddenly came into his mind, causing his heart to tremble. He hurriedly suppressed the agitated spiritual energy in his body, and his mind controlled the wisps of Tao energy to quickly circulate along the meridians according to the chants. As the wisps of Tao energy circulated, the energy of the Tao seed in his Qi Si was constantly emitted. It gradually merged with the flow of Tao energy, and its volume became smaller and smaller. At a certain moment, the condensed Tao seed trembled and cracked, turning into a tiny wisp of Tao energy that rippled out. All the Tao energy began to circulate along the specific meridians. As it circulated, Qin Feng could also feel that with each circulation, he gradually began to feel that he was slowly controlling the Tao energy. The holy feeling seemed to put him in a magical state, allowing his state of mind to be in a state of clarity at all times. Condense. When Qin Feng felt that he had absolute control over the wisps of divine energy, his mind suddenly let out a low shout. The wisps of Tao energy instantly sped up and finally swam to the position where the Tao seed had first condensed. Suddenly, a white light bloomed. The white light bloomed for a moment and gradually dissipated. When the light dissipated, a tiny white light spot was quietly suspended, like a seed, emitting a fresh breath like a sprout. The Tao seed had become much smaller. Compared to the demonic evil seed, it was almost negligible. However, the extremely bright color and the holy breath it emitted made the tiny Tao seed look a lot more special. After completing this step, Qin Feng quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first step. Only by condensing the Tao seed could he proceed to the last step, which was the fusion of energy. From there, he would be able to cultivate the true Tao of nature, which was the Tao seed. His mind controlled the inhalation and exhalation of the spiritual energy, and it was like a chain that connected to the Tao seed. Suddenly, the Tao seed seemed to be greatly frightened, and it trembled violently. Layers of Tao energy were emitted to resist the impact of the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy continued to converge on the Tao seed, but the Tao seed's resistance seemed to be more intense, and there were faint signs of it going berserk. Moreover, the release of Tao energy also caused the spiritual energy to tremble uneasily. This made Qin Feng slightly panic. If the Tao seed was shattered in this energy collision, then not only would he waste the Tao seed that he had painstakingly condensed, but he would also suffer a backlash, and his consciousness would be dragged into nothingness by the Tao energy. Chapter 419. The true Tao, Yin Modi hesitated for a while. This kind of situation made him a little helpless due to his lack of experience. His mind was focused on the Tao seed that was about to explode. In the end, he made up his mind, and a majestic spiritual energy rushed into his sea of qi. The strong spiritual energy continuously converged towards the Tao seed, enveloping it and desperately compressing it. At the same time, it slowed down the release of spiritual energy. The addition of another wave of energy made the Tao seed even more uneasy. It trembled even more violently, and the Tao Qi it emitted almost drove the spiritual energy out. This kind of situation made Qin Feng's forehead gradually sweat. However, the arrow was already on the bow and had to be released. The influx of spiritual energy could not be taken back, so he could only continue to desperately compress the Tao seed. He had no way out now. Either he succeeded or he fell into a boundless void. In this way, Qin Feng's spiritual energy was also very demanding. As the spiritual energy continued to surge, a sense of emptiness gradually rose in his mind. Perhaps it was a coincidence that Qin Feng's method had some effect. The conflict between the Tao seed and spiritual energy gradually decreased, and the two different waves of energy also slowly decreased. The Tao Qi energy and spiritual energy had gradually begun to merge. In his sea of qi, spiritual energy endlessly surged towards the Tao seed. The resistance of the Tao seed also became smaller and smaller until it disappeared, accepting the baptism of this energy. In his sea of qi, the small Tao seed spun and absorbed the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his sea of qi no longer excluded this outsider and had gradually become a family. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of weakness that came from his body almost made him unable to control himself and fall out of the cultivation state. Now, the fusion of the two energies also meant that the Tao seed was successfully condensed. It's finally a success. Seeing that the two energies in his body had finally reached a balance point, Qin Feng's face revealed a relieved expression as he smiled and muttered in a low voice. After exiting the cultivation state, Qin Feng slowly stood up. The waves of weakness that came from his body made his body tremble slightly, and his face was a little pale. Just as Qin Feng stood up, before he could even open his mouth, he was suddenly shocked. His face was a little stunned as he found that the spiritual power in his body was rapidly disappearing. No, it was not disappearing, but flowing back into his chi si. When the last trace of spiritual energy in his body flowed back into his chi si, the Tao seed suddenly erupted. The Tao seed almost spewed Tao Qi into his body. Not long after, Tao Qi filled his meridians. A peculiar aura enveloped Qin Feng. It was as if Tao energy, filled with holy energy, was flowing joyfully within his body, filling up the emptiness within his body. The Tao Qi seemed to have a restorative function. The emptiness in Qin Feng's body and the weakness in his mind were all swept away at this moment. He looked full of energy, and his face was also full of vigor. An energy that did not belong to this world was flowing within his body, running through his entire body. This made Qin Feng nervous, but there was also a trace of excitement. The instant eruption of the Tao seed made Qin Feng feel a different kind of feeling. The Tao Qi flowed through his body, and there was no sign of rejection. On the contrary, the flesh and blood in his body seemed to welcome the arrival of this energy. After the Tao Qi flowed, the meridians, flesh, and blood in his body seemed to be agitated, becoming more energetic and full of vitality. Qin Feng's hands continued to form seals. At a certain moment, his hands suddenly stopped, and his hands froze into a state. Immortal mode. At this moment, Qin Feng's slightly hoarse and low voice faintly sounded at this moment. As soon as his voice fell, an invisible wave suddenly emitted from his body. The energy was invisible, but visible. The wave spread out with his body as the center, directly lifting the sand and stones on the ground. The wave hit the water surface, and suddenly the outwardly spreading waves flowed back against the shock wave. It spread for more than 100 meters before slowly disappearing. The wave spread into the forest, but it did not attract the attention of any spirit beasts. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past. Qin Feng's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a white light bloomed. In the depths of his two pitch-black eyes, a round white bead slowly appeared. In a moment, it occupied half of his black eyes. The black eyes wrapped around the white bead, and the white bead seemed to be flickering. The white bead seemed to be formed by the condensation of the Tao seed. That kind of white was completely different from the white of his eyes. That kind of white was without any impurities, like the light of the stars, revealing a sense of holiness. With such three colors in his eyes, it seemed quite mysterious. Qin Feng stood on the bluestone, and his whole body was wrapped in a holy aura. He was like a person in a white fog, illusory and ethereal. The aura slowly retracted, and when the last bit of aura entered his body, Qin Feng's eyes instantly became more restrained. A tranquil and peaceful aura gradually grew, and in this dangerous unfolding mountain range, it was extremely special. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere attracted the surrounding birds, and they flew over, immersing themselves in the peaceful atmosphere. One or two even flew to Qin Feng's shoulder and stood there peacefully, without the slightest fear of facing a stranger. Qin Feng, who was emitting a holy aura, quietly stood on the bluestone, and his eyes emitted a white light as he stared at the void. At this moment, he felt that everything around him was under his control. His spiritual perception covered every corner of 100 meters around him, and even the slightest movement could not escape his notice. "Is this the Tao Yin mode?" Qin Feng exclaimed. This state was much more powerful than the fake Tao Yin mode that he had activated before. Of course, this wasn't an increase in strength, but a change in state. They were on a completely different level. Qin Feng had a feeling that everything within 100 meters was under his control. This was completely different from before, when he only used his mental power to sense. This situation did not last long. The qi of Tao in his body quickly disappeared, and the spiritual power once again occupied his entire body. Qin Feng's eyes also returned to normal in an instant. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere dissipated. The birds also flapped their wings in fright and flew away in all directions. The real Dao Yin mode. After recovering, Qin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. Only he knew the situation. This feeling could only be understood but not described. This state of having everything under control made Qin Feng very happy. Even if he encountered a half-step 9th-level Heavenly Realm powerhouse, he would still dare to fight. How good would it be if I could always maintain this state? Thinking of that feeling, Qin Feng's face showed an intoxicated expression. Even if he successfully condensed the Dao seed, the burden of entering the Dao Yin mode was very great. It's already extremely difficult to successfully condense the Dao seed. It's impossible to stay in this state forever. However, the demon evil seed has been suppressed, leaving you a lot of time, the demon eye said. Qin Feng nodded and raised his head. He saw Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others quickly walking over with dignified expressions. Chapter 420. Experts gather. Brother Qin Feng, we should hurry. Song Su said, the Mo family, the Zhou family, and the Supreme Mystery Sect are about to reach the Scarlet Flame Mountain. Suddenly, his voice paused, and he looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Why did he feel that the current Qin Feng was somewhat different from before? However, he couldn't tell exactly what was different. In short, the feeling that he gave him seemed to have changed. Have you recovered from your injuries? Song Yuan asked. Qin Feng nodded and said, almost. Song Yuan's heart trembled. Although she knew that Qin Feng had almost recovered, she couldn't help but be shocked when she heard him admit it. Song Su and the others didn't know, but she knew that she had personally checked Qin Feng's injuries. That kind of injury, in her opinion, should have been crippled. However, he had recovered in just a few days. This kind of method was really shocking. All right, we should hurry over, Qin Feng said. The Scarlet Flame Mountain, as the name implied, was famous for its blazing magma. This was an active volcano. According to Song Su and the others, this volcano often erupted. The heaven-fusing grass is in nature. It's really strange that it grows here. This is the special characteristic of the heaven-fusing grass. It's the carrier of Tao and doesn't fear any environment. Listening to their explanation along the way, Qin Feng had a certain understanding of this place. This place belonged to the Great Yin Empire. The unfolding mountain range was close to Yin City, and they all belonged to Yin City. Forces such as the Mo family, the Zhou family, and the Supreme Mystery Sect. These were the 4 largest forces in Yin City. The news of the heaven-fusing grass hasn't spread, so no forces from other places have come here. Therefore, our biggest opponents this time are the Mo family, the Zhou family, and the Supreme Mystery Sect. Of course, there's also the spirit beasts here. Song Su said. Spirit beasts also want the heaven-fusing grass. Qin Feng was stunned. Of course. Song Su nodded slightly and said, the heaven-fusing grass is the essence of heaven and earth. It's beneficial even to spirit beasts. But don't worry, spirit beasts are the same as us humans. Once they reach the 6th rank, the heaven-fusing grass will have no effect on them. Therefore, spirit beasts of this rank will not appear. As they chatted, they gradually arrived at the Scarlet Flame Mountain. The surrounding temperature also rose, especially when they were close to the Scarlet Flame Mountain. They could see that the surrounding air had become distorted under the high temperature. Qin Feng inhaled a mouthful of hot air, and his heart gradually heated up. Even from a great distance away, one could see that the distant sky was dark red in color. This was especially true for the space above the mouth of the volcano. The space was distorted, and waves of blazing energy were being emitted. One could even see silhouettes flickering on Crimson Flame Mountain. They're already here. We have to speed up. Everyone sped up at full speed and soon arrived at Scarlet Flame Mountain. Without stopping, they rushed up the mountain peak and arrived at the mouth of the volcano. At this moment, there were already many people gathered here. It was obvious that they were divided into 4 camps. The Spirit Beast Army's camp was very conspicuous. It was led by a mottled tiger, and its body emitted a fierce aura. This is the infamous Splitting Tiger. His strength has reached the peak of the 5th stage. Song Su pointed at the mottled tiger and said. Then he pointed at a group of people dressed in white with the word Supreme on their shoulders and said, "Those are the people from the Supreme Mystery Sect. Pay attention to the person in the lead. His name is Li Hen, and his strength is unfathomable. I've only briefly exchanged blows with him, but it's difficult to determine his depth." Looking at the direction Song Su pointed at, Qin Feng nodded slightly. He could feel that the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted from the young man's body were infinitely close to the 9th stage heaven realm. That's the Zhou family. Song Su pointed to the other side and said, "The one we need to guard against the most is Zhou Xuanwu. His strength is not below mine." Qin Feng looked at the man named Zhou Xuanwu and nodded. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a young girl with a ponytail behind Zhou Xuanwu. The young girl was very lively and appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old. She had a pair of big, jet-black eyes that were bright and full of spirit. Her face was also quite delicate, like a doll. She was rather conspicuous among the group. "So they're all like that?" Song Yuan muttered softly. Hearing the strangeness in her tone, Qin Feng was surprised and asked, "Is this person not simple?" Song Su smiled and said, "This is Zhou Mo's younger sister. This girl is not simple. Of course, it's not her strength, but her extremely rare elemental spirit body. It's said that this kind of body is favored by the heavens, a fairy who has descended to the mortal world to train her heart. She can naturally gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, there is a saying that wherever she appears, she will be the focus of all eyes." At this point, Song Su coughed, and his expression was slightly unnatural. "Of course, she's the focus of all men." Qin Feng was stunned and immediately understood. He secretly shook his head. He did not have such thoughts. Song Su shook his head and said, "Speaking of which, it is strange. Although this Zhou Mo has an elemental spirit body, his cultivation is mediocre. However, the Zhou clan always uses this matter to show off. This is also a strange matter in our great Yin city. Her talent is ordinary?" Qin Feng slowly frowned. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with this girl? After carefully sensing her, her strength was indeed not extraordinary. She had just barely reached the spirit detecting realm. However, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from her. However, after carefully sensing her, he did not feel that she was familiar. She was just an ordinary person. Is this why she can attract people's attention? Qin Feng only thought that others felt the same because he did not think too deeply about it. Just as he was about to shift his gaze, Zhou Mo seemed to have sensed something and looked at Qin Feng. Then she smiled slightly. Her big eyes were pure and innocent. When she smiled, they curved into 2 crescent moons and revealed 2 small dimples. It was very cute. Out of politeness, Qin Feng also smiled in return. Then he shifted his gaze. He did not need Song Su to tell him that this was the Mo family. At the very front stood a young man with one hand behind his back. There was a faint sword energy that rushed into the clouds from his body. Behind him were Mou and the puppet. "He's Mo's son, right?" Qin Feng said. Song Su nodded slightly. When he looked at them, there was a hint of coldness on his face. When they looked at Mo's son, the latter just happened to look at them. Then he smiled calmly. His gaze stopped on Qin Feng for a while. He seemed to nod and then looked away. It was clear that he already knew about Qin Feng. "Big brother, it's this Qin Feng. If it wasn't for him ruining our plans, the Song family would have already fallen at our hands." Mou glared at Qin Feng with hatred. "No rush." Mo's son smiled and looked at the puppet. "I heard that the person from Sin City also sent people here. I'm not sure yet. However, there is news that people from his sect are here. Hee. No matter what, this person killed Su Li. He can't just sit and watch. Our goal this time is the heaven blending grass. Everything will be based on that." Chapter 421. The outstanding bird that couldn't be pressed down. Qin Feng shifted his gaze from the Mo family members to the crater of the volcano. The scorching heat distorted his vision. However, he could clearly see that there was a protruding rock in the center of the volcano. The surrounding temperature was frighteningly high, but the rock was very moist. In particular, there was a small square of soil in the center of the rock, which was about a meter in size. He could clearly see that there was a 1-foot-long green grass rooted in the soil. The grass stem was slightly transparent, and there were spots of light that looked like starlight. There were 9 green leaves growing along the stem, and it was obvious that this was a mature heaven-blending grass. Qin Feng's eyes burned. Perhaps he was a spiritual master, so his senses were better than ordinary people's, and he could sense a subtle fluctuation from the heaven-blending grass. This fluctuation was very strange, and it was not energy. It did not have the ability to attack, but could calm one's mind. Even from far away, Qin Feng could feel his mind gradually calming down. Is this the heaven-blending grass? He licked his dry lips. I didn't expect it to be a mature product, Song Su also exclaimed. He had only guessed before, and he did not expect it to be a mature heaven-blending grass. Although the maturity of the heaven-blending grass and the number of leaves that grew were different, there was no doubt that the more mature the heaven-blending grass was, the better its effects would be. 9 leaves were mature, and this should be good news for all of them. Qin Feng stared at the heaven-blending grass and asked, "Should we just snatch it?" "Now is not the time." Song Su shook his head and said, "This kind of grass is blessed by heaven and earth. When it matures, it will be protected by the traces of the Great Path. We can only make a move when the traces of the Great Path disappear." As he spoke, he pointed at the others and said, "Is this why they didn't make a move? When will the traces of the Great Path disappear?" Song Su looked at the noon sun and said, "It should be soon." Time passed slowly. When the sun reached the slope, everyone felt an invisible force spreading from the heaven-blending grass. In just an instant, everyone's hearts trembled violently. "The traces of the Great Path have disappeared," Song Su said. Qin Feng could hear the excitement in his voice. Everyone's gazes became heated at this moment. But the strange thing was that no one made a move. It was eerily quiet here. Obviously, no one wanted to be the first to make a move. Even the splitting tiger and the other spirit beasts quieted down. "Qin Feng, the fight for the heaven-fusing herb is going to be intense. We have to make a plan, Shua." Before Song Su could finish speaking, Qin Feng had already rushed out. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the heaven-fusing grass at the center of the crater. "This guy." Song Su looked at this scene in shock. Even Song Yuan and the others were speechless. This guy had previously sworn that he wasn't interested in the heaven-fusing herb, but in the end, he was the one who snatched it the fastest. The others were also stunned for a moment. However, they quickly regained their senses. Many of them had cold smiles on their faces. Since someone had taken the lead, they were naturally able to see it. Roar! Not long after Qin Feng rushed out, the splitting tiger and the other spirit beasts could no longer hold themselves back. With a low roar, they all rushed over. A portion of them directly rushed towards Qin Feng, wanting to stop him. At the same time, the Mo family, Zhou family, and Supreme Mystery Sect all made a move. Many of them were targeting Qin Feng. "This guy is too reckless." Song Yuan's expression changed slightly. Didn't this guy know that the one who took the lead would be shot? No matter how powerful he was, he shouldn't be so reckless. With so many experts surrounding him, no one would be able to withstand it. Qin Feng naturally had his own calculations for doing so. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. The fewer the 9 leaves there were, the more intense the competition would be. Indeed, those who stood out would be suppressed. But if they couldn't suppress them, then the benefits they would obtain would also be enormous. Moreover, Li Hin, Zhou Xuanwu, Mo Sun, and the other top experts would definitely wait and see. They wouldn't make a move immediately. Instead, they would wait for the best opportunity. Moreover, since he dared to be the first to make a move, he naturally had absolute strength and wasn't afraid of being surrounded. Roar! Roar! Before Qin Feng even got close to the heaven-blending grass, more than 10 spirit beasts rushed toward him. The 2 leading spirit beasts were mid-5th rank spirit beasts. Divine Dragon's Might, Qin Feng used the divine dragon technique and released the dragon's might. In an instant, the dozen spirit beast bodies became sluggish. Except for the fifth-rank spirit beasts, the other spirit beasts couldn't control themselves and fell into the surging magma below. Miserable cries rang out one after another, but then they stopped abruptly. Qin Feng slapped his palm behind him, and the yin-yang fusion formation that he had set up was released. In an instant, a violent wind blew in the sky, and a rather tyrannical energy wreaked havoc everywhere, sending the people from the several major forces who were chasing after him flying. He didn't stop and accelerated toward the heaven-blending grass. At the same time, he spread out his mental power and attacked the splitting tiger and the other spirit beasts. While using his mental power, Qin Feng also roared and used the divine dragon's sky-shattering roar. Coupled with the divine dragon's might, the combination of the three was too much for the spirit beasts. Whether it was mental power, the dragon's might, or the dragon's roar, they all suppressed the spirit beasts. With the three combined, the splitting tiger and the other spirit beasts suffered a devastating blow. Except for the few late fifth-rank spirit beasts, the rest fell into the magma below almost immediately. They didn't even make a splash. The splitting tiger and the other spirit beasts didn't have it easy either. They were dizzy and only woke up when they were about to fall into the magma. They quickly flew into the sky and looked at Qin Feng in horror. They didn't dare to stop him. Li Hen from the Supreme Mystery Sect, Zhou Xuanwu from the Zhou clan, Mo Sun from the Mo clan, and Song Su from the Song clan were all stunned. They stared blankly at the scene before them. They were all stunned, especially Song Yuan, Song Shui, Song Lin, and the others who had interacted with Qin Feng before. Their red little mouths were wide open. It was too unbelievable that he could defeat a group of 7 or 8 fifth-rank spirit beasts by himself. Big Brother Qin Feng is too powerful. Song Shui's eyes lit up with little stars. Her face was full of admiration. Although the mental power of a mental power master can restrain spirit beasts, it's too abnormal to be able to restrain them to this extent. Song Yuan exclaimed, "We should also make a move." Song Su was the first to rush out. Then, Song Yuan and the others who were slightly stronger all made a move. At the same time, the Supreme Mystery Sect, the Mo clan, and the Zhou clan also made a move. They didn't expect that the bird that stood out would not be defeated. If they didn't make a move, they wouldn't even be able to eat the leftovers. Among them, Li Hen, Zhou Xuanwu, Mo Sun, and Song Su were the fastest. They almost reached the heaven-fusing grass in a flash. However, there was someone faster than them. Qin Feng could almost touch the heaven-fusing grass, but before he could reach out his hand, a few powerful attacks whizzed toward him. Several top powerhouses attacked together. Qin Feng didn't dare to take them head-on. His body drew an arc in the air. When he was closest to the heaven-fusing grass, his mental power turned into a big hand and grabbed 4 leaves in an instant. Chapter 422. The pirate explosion. Qin Feng felt his scalp go numb as he sensed so many attacks coming at him. A pair of light wings appeared behind his back, and as he retreated, a huge turtle shell appeared in front of him. Rumble! Wave after wave of terrifying attacks landed on the tortoise shell. In an instant, the tortoise shell exploded. However, taking advantage of this gap, Qin Feng frantically flapped his light wings, and with a few flickers, he escaped from their encirclement. "Everyone, if you continue to stare at me, you won't be able to get anything." Qin Feng pointed at the splitting tiger and the other spirit beasts that were approaching the heaven-fused grass while they were attacking him. Everyone's face turned gloomy. Although they were angry, they understood the current situation. There were still 5 leaves on the heaven-fused grass. If they fought for them now, they still had a chance. However, if they all fought for Qin Feng's leaves, the risk was too high. At least, compared to this mysterious young man, the splitting tiger was much less of a threat. Everyone had the same thought. The success rate of fighting for the remaining 5 leaves with the splitting tiger was much higher than fighting for Qin Feng alone. Don't let him escape. Li Hen, Zhou Xuanwu, Mo Sun, and the others ordered the others not to let Qin Feng escape. They would attack him after they finished fighting for the remaining leaves. However, the remaining leaves weren't that easy to get. Everyone had their own plans. Coupled with the counterattack of the splitting tiger and the other spirit beasts, no one could do anything to each other. It was difficult for them to take the first step. Little Yuan, you guys take Qin Feng and leave first, Song Su said, and quickly rushed down to get a share of the loot. Qin Feng had taken 4 leaves in one go, which really surprised him. However, he wouldn't be polite with the remaining leaves. It was better to have more of such a good thing. Qin Feng, Song Yuan, and the other members of the Song family gathered together and charged out. Without top experts, although the 3 forces had a lot of people, they couldn't defend against Qin Feng and the others. They were forced to retreat again and again, and soon they were utterly defeated. Seeing this scene, the faces of Li Hen, Mo Sun, and the rest sank. However, none of them dared to act rashly. If they were to make a move on Qin Feng now, they would definitely be attacked by the entire Song clan. Putting aside whether they would be able to snatch the leaves, their actions would undoubtedly give the other clans an opportunity. Therefore, no matter how angry they were, they could only set their sights on the remaining 5 leaves. Ha ha! Song Su laughed heartily. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Their heaven-blending grass leaves were already guaranteed, so he didn't have to fight to the death. If there was an opportunity, he would snatch it. If there wasn't an opportunity, he would disturb the opponent. Seeing Song Su like that, the others were all furious. As the saying went, one wrong step led to many wrong steps. They had let Qin Feng take the initiative, and they had fallen behind step by step. Now, they were in a rather awkward situation. Zhou Xuanwu stared at Qin Feng and narrowed his eyes. Then he whispered to Zhou Mo, who was behind him, "Momo, it's up to you now." "Hee hee. Brother, don't worry." Zhou Mo smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples. Then, she rushed toward Qin Feng. "Although this will expose you, the heaven-blending grass is of great importance. There can't be any mistakes. Moreover, you have grown up. Even if they want to kill you, it's too late." Zhou Xuanwu stared at Zhou Mo, who was rushing towards Qin Feng. There was some anticipation in his eyes. "Momo, how terrifying will you be when you really go crazy?" "Hee hee. I'm afraid that no one here is a match for you." After that, his attacks slowed down a lot. Although the situation was different from what they had expected, it didn't matter. As long as Zhou Mo made a move, the 4 leaves would fall into the hands of the Zhou family sooner or later. Qin Feng followed the Song family members and broke out of the encirclement. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and a sense of danger appeared in his heart. He tilted his head slightly and saw a petite figure shooting towards him at high speed. "She dares to intercept us alone?" Seeing this, Song Lin sneered and said, "Sister Yuan, leave this little girl to me." "Sister Yuan, Qin Feng. Big brother, you guys leave first." When she looked at Qin Feng, Song Lin's voice was a bit unnatural. Qin Feng's strength was beyond her expectations. She was a very utilitarian person. As long as someone was beneficial to her, she would lower herself to please them. Otherwise, she wouldn't even look them in the eye. Just like Song Shui, Song Lin clearly saw Qin Feng's strength and potential. If she could befriend someone like him, it would be very beneficial for her. However, her previous actions had already made him feel disgusted. For the past 2 days, she had tried to befriend Qin Feng, but she had been treated coldly. This time, she could use this opportunity to show off. With her strength at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, it would be easy for her to deal with Zhou Mo, who had just entered the spirit detecting realm. Moreover, she also didn't like Zhou Mo. There was no other reason other than the fact that they were both women. Qin Feng knew what Song Lin was thinking. Normally, he wouldn't care, but he couldn't right now. Qin Feng whispered, "This little girl is not someone you can deal with." Song Lin was startled and then said, "Big brother Qin Feng, don't worry, I can defeat her." Qin Feng ignored her and said to Song Yuan, "There is something wrong with this person. All of you retreat first." Song Yuan looked at Qin Feng in surprise, and even Song Lin was startled. At first, she thought Qin Feng was looking down on her, but from his tone and expression, it was like he was facing a great enemy. Be careful. Although she was confused, Song Yuan knew that now was not the time to ask. She led everyone to charge out. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Zhou Mo laughed. She reached out her small hand and grabbed at the air. Instantly, the space where Qin Feng and the others were standing seemed to wrinkle and distort violently. It was as if an invisible hand had shrouded the area. What's going on? Song Yuan and the others were shocked. They quickly attacked, but it was to no avail. They were trapped there. Qin Feng was also shocked. Controlling people from a distance was something that even he didn't have. However, he reacted quickly. He gathered all the energy in his body into his fist and punched out. When his fist landed, it was accompanied by a shroud that tore through the void. With a buzzing sound, the space seemed to shatter, and the restrictive force disappeared. Hurry up and leave, Qin Feng shouted. When Zhou Mo saw this, her small face revealed a look of surprise. She quickly punched out. Air cannon. On her smooth, jade-like fist, spiritual energy rippled wildly. Because the air couldn't withstand it, it was compressed together, forming an air fist that blasted towards Qin Feng. Damn! When Qin Feng saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Qin Feng saw the shadow of the popcorn in Zhou Mo's body. Only the popcorn with monstrous strength could compress the air into a complete set and fire an air cannon with a punch. Zhou Mo was simply a pirated version of the popcorn. Qin Feng didn't have time to gather his energy after breaking the spatial shackles. He could only barely defend himself. With a dull sound, his body was sent flying. After seeing this scene, Song Yuan and the others all opened their mouths wide in shock. They had all witnessed how strong Qin Feng was, but he was actually sent flying by a single punch from Zhou Mo. It could be seen how terrifying Zhou Mo's punch was. Chapter 423. Zhou Mo versus Qin Feng. Everyone watched as Qin Feng was sent flying like a spinning top, then turned to look at Zhou Mo. Everyone was flabbergasted. He sent Qin Feng flying with a single punch. What kind of strength was this? Why had they never heard of Zhou Mo having such strength? Although the Zhou clan had bragged a lot, they didn't have any proof. Most people didn't believe them. But now, it seemed that this Zhou Mo was really something. He was probably much stronger than her brother, Zhou Xuanwu. After all, he could send Qin Feng flying with a single move, even though he had dispelled the attacks of the splitting tiger and the other spiritual beasts. Zhou Xuanwu smiled and nodded at the scene. It seemed that the 4 leaves in Qin Feng's possession were about to fall into the Zhou clan's hands. Song Su was also dazed by Zhou Mo's explosive power. When he came back to his senses, he wanted to help Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng had 4 leaves, he couldn't afford to lose them. However, just as he moved, Zhou Xuanwu blocked his path. It seems that the true young expert of the Zhou clan is your sister, Song Su whispered. Zhou Xuanwu didn't comment. Staring at Zhou Xuanwu, Song Su sighed. It seems that we've all misjudged your sister. Who would have thought that Zhou Mo, who no one took seriously, would be so strong? Qin Feng barely managed to stabilize himself after flipping a dozen times in the air. He stared at Zhou Mo with a grave expression. His arms trembled under his sleeves, and it took him a long time to disperse the force. From the beginning, he felt that Zhou Mo was unusual, but he was misled by Song Su's words and didn't think too much about it. Now, it seemed that his intuition was right. This Zhou Mo wasn't simple. Such monstrous strength. Old devil, is she also a spiritual beast? Qin Feng asked inwardly. No, she's a genuine human, said Yizichin. The demon I paused for a moment and said in a heavy tone, Kid, there's something wrong with this little girl. I can't tell exactly what's wrong with her. In short, you have to be careful. Don't fall here. Demon Eye's words made Qin Feng's heart jump. If Demon Eye could say that he was going to die here, then it was clear that he recognized Zhou Mo's strength. Qin Feng's expression became more and more dignified, and he mobilized both his spiritual and mental power. Zhou Mo stood in the sky, staring at Qin Feng with his big and bright eyes. He tilted his head slightly and pointed his snow-white chin at Qin Feng. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, then hand over the leaves of the heaven-blending grass. Perhaps Big Sister will let you go." Qin Feng's face twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when a teenage girl spoke to him in such a tone. "Little girl, are you an adult yet? Big brother doesn't like to bully minors." Qin Feng laughed. Although his tone was relaxed, his eyes were very dignified as he stared at Zhou Mo without blinking. Zhou Mo pursed her lips, and a creaking sound came from her mouth. She was grinding her teeth. "Brat, Big Sister is almost 19. Seeing that you're quite cute, Big Sister doesn't want to be rough with you." Zhou Mo ground her teeth. Qin Feng responded with a smile as he looked around, looking for an escape route. He had already obtained the 4 leaves, so there was no need for him to fight to the death. However, Zhou Mo quickly saw through his intentions. She stepped lightly in the air, and her figure quickly shot toward Qin Feng. So fast, Qin Feng was shocked. He took out the heaven-splitting axe and smashed it toward her head. Zhou Mo didn't dodge. Her small fist flickered with a jade-like luster, and she met Qin Feng's heaven-splitting axe head-on. As soon as the two came into contact, the air exploded, and the airwaves continued to spread. At the same time, Qin Feng was also sent flying. What a terrifying power! Qin Feng was shocked. This power was probably not weaker than the big flower explosion, but the latter seemed to be easier to control this kind of monster. What kind of weapon is it? It's so tough. Zhou Mo touched her small fist and looked at the heaven-splitting axe in Qin Feng's hand in surprise. "After I defeat you, this axe will also be mine." Zhou Mo bumped her fists together, emitting a muffled sound. She then once again rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face was solemn. He spread out his mind power to sense the trajectory of Zhou Mo's attack, and then he cautiously dealt with it. Zhou Mo's strength was very strong, and her attacks were very simple. However, every time she landed, Qin Feng was frightened. This little girl's strength was too strong. In his opinion, each of her attacks was more powerful than the attack of an ordinary expert in the late stage of Small Heaven Realm. In the air, Qin Feng kept retreating. Every time he exchanged blows with Zhou Mo, the space would constantly shake and distort, making sonic booms. Roar! Qin Feng used the Divine Dragon technique. It was as if a divine dragon was on his body. Under the support of the Divine Emperor's aura, he almost broke into the Small Heaven Realm. His attacks suddenly became violent, and dragon roars sounded, shaking the void. Zhou Mo's 2 big eyes shone brightly. She kept throwing out punches to meet Qin Feng's head-on. Sky Water Field. Suddenly, a water ball appeared in the center of the two's fight. It quickly enlarged and enveloped them. Deep in the water, Zhou Mo's speed slowed down. Qin Feng seized the opportunity and attacked crazily. At the same time, he used the power of water and mind power to turn them into sharp weapons. Bombarding Zhou Mo, suddenly falling into the water, made her feel a little uncomfortable. Her mouth was open, and bubbles kept coming out. She seemed to be choking. She got hit so easily. It seems that her combat experience is very weak. Qin Feng secretly sighed. Although the Skywater domain was powerful, Zhou Mo was the first person to choke on water after exchanging blows with him. Damn it! After being attacked by Qin Feng several times, Zhou Mo was mad. She clenched her small fists tightly, and her big eyes were shining with cold light. Being stared at by her, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He actually felt his heart palpitate. "Is it an illusion?" he murmured softly. Among his peers, there had never been anyone who could make him feel this way. "I can't hold back." Sensing that Zhou Mo's power was getting stronger and stronger and was about to break the sky water field, Qin Feng's eyes focused. Black and white spiritual power intertwined on his hands, and then he quickly reached out. Yin-yang hand. The big hand that had been surrounded by black and white suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhou Mo in an instant. Seeing this, Qin Feng was slightly relieved. This was a move derived from this segment after he understood what the yin-yang body was. Yin-yang hand focused on offense, and yin-yang tai chi will focused on defense. Whether it was offense or defense, they both had the power to disrupt others' yin and yang. Zhou was caught by the yin-yang hand. No matter how strong her monster strength was, she couldn't resist the chaos of yin and yang in her body. Little girl, it's over. Qin Feng didn't give her much time to resist. He quickly rushed over and squeezed his spiritual power and mind power at the same time, trying to suppress her. However, just as he approached Zhou Mo, his heart suddenly thumped. An extremely dangerous feeling suddenly rippled in his heart. At the same time, the voice of the demon eye suddenly sounded. Boy, quickly retreat. Without the demon eye's reminder, Qin Feng suddenly stopped and then quickly retreated. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura fluctuation erupted from the center of the sky-water field, Zhou Mo's body. In an instant, the sky-water field was broken. Black waves swept out like tentacles, grabbing at the retreating Qin Feng. Chapter 424. Demonic Eye vs. Tao. Yin mowed in the air. Water splashed everywhere, as if it was raining heavily. In the rapidly falling rain, streaks of black light flashed and turned into tentacles, grabbing at Qin Feng as fast as lightning. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart was violently shaken. He never would have thought that Zhou Mo would also have a demonic eye. This was simply too shocking. Demonic creatures like the demonic eye were extremely rare, but he actually encountered 3 of them. One was on him, another was on Lucio Saixue, and the third appeared on Zhou Mo. If he didn't know that the demonic eye was an evil creature, he would have suspected that this thing was mass-produced. How could he encounter so many of them? While he was still in shock, those tentacles were like lightning, grabbing him. Black light filled the air and finally condensed into a large black hand that tightly grabbed Qin Feng. This is really the power of the demonic eye. Qin Feng was shocked. After close contact, he was sure that this power did come from the demonic eye, but the evil feeling was much less. She does have a demonic eye, but the situation seems to be different. She seems to be able to control the demonic eye's power, the demonic eye said. Its tone was somewhat uncertain. Look at her expression. She seems to still have her own consciousness and has not been taken over by the demonic eye. Hearing its words, Qin Feng suddenly lifted his head, and his pupils immediately shrank. Zhou Mo's bright eyes had become pitch black at this moment, and there was a reddish-black pattern on her forehead that flickered slightly. There was a magatama on both sides of the pattern, and the tail was connected to the corner of her eyes, making her look even more demonic. Moreover, Qin Feng could also feel that Zhou Mo still had her own consciousness. In other words, she could use the demonic eye's power, but she would not be taken over by it. This surprised him. Because he had formed a demon contract before, he was able to use the demonic eye's power without being eroded. He was still in control of his thoughts. Could it be that Zhou Mo had also formed a demon contract with the demonic eye? It's not a demon contract, the demonic eye said softly. Qin Feng was stunned. If that's not the case, then how can she use the power of the demonic eye without being affected? Brat, carefully sense her power. Although it belongs to the demonic eye, more than half of the evil aura has been obliterated. Moreover, there is no such thing as a demon contract, the demonic eye said. Of course, he did not say the last sentence directly. He still wanted to use this identity to spur Qin Feng on, so he didn't want to expose himself. Qin Feng nodded inwardly. This power was indeed different from the power of the demonic eye in his hand, but it didn't give off too much of an evil feeling. Why is it like this? He asked. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that she's controlling the demon eye. As for how she did it, it's hard to say. The demonic eye paused and said, This is also why I felt that he was unusual, but I couldn't find the demonic eye on him. Don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, you really might have fallen into the hands of this little girl today. The demonic eye said, The power of the demonic eye, it does not belong to this world. The 100 Tribulations heaven-devouring art is ineffective against it. I can help you neutralize this attack for now. Hearing this, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. In midair, countless people stared blankly at this scene, feeling their mouths go dry. In particular, the black energies surging around Zhou Ho made them feel extremely oppressed. Brother Qin Feng. Song Shui couldn't help but cover her red lips with her jade-like hand. Song Yuan and the others were also shocked, but after thinking for a while, they didn't make a move. They knew how strong Qin Feng was, but even he was suppressed by Zhou Mo. It would be useless for them to help. In the distance, Song Su's eyes flickered quickly when he saw this scene. To be able to suppress Qin Feng in such a short time, it was obvious that Zhou Mo was very strong. There was probably no one present who was a match for her. Damn it! He cursed angrily in his heart, and his expression was very ugly. He had already exceeded the standard, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen at the last moment. It seems that I can't put all my hopes on him. Song Su sighed softly, and his eyes gradually sharpened as he stared at the 5 leaves on the heaven-fusing grass. In the air, Zhou Mo raised her head and looked at Qin Feng with a pair of pitch-black eyes. How about it? Do you still want to fight with me? You think you're going to win? Qin Feng snorted. No one can break free from this move of mine, unless they're a 9th Heaven Realm powerhouse. Zhou Mo looked at Qin Feng curiously and said, You're really strong to be able to force me to this point with this little strength. At least my brother can't do it. Boy, don't resist. Qin Feng didn't respond. He closed his eyes and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Sigh. If you don't listen to the young miss, you'll suffer. Zhou Mo shook her head like an old man. She covered her forehead and looked helplessly at the struggling Qin Feng. If you can break free from this young miss's restraint, then I won't snatch your 4 leaves. Zhou Mo's face suddenly stiffened after she said the last word. She dragged out the last word, and with her stiff face, she looked a little funny. The large black hand that was grabbing onto Qin Feng was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a couple of breaths, it had completely disappeared, causing Zhou Mo's small mouth to open wider and wider. Dalian mode, open! Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to be dancing with white flames. He clenched his fists and felt that everything was under his control. He couldn't help but chuckle. This should be the first time he used the Dao Yin mode to fight. He was looking forward to it. Feeling the changes in Qin Feng, Zhou Mo's face slowly turned serious. She grabbed with her 5 fingers and a black tentacle shot out. Qin Feng pointed his finger. Heaven-devouring finger. A ray of light shot out and pierced through the black tentacle. When it approached him, he turned his finger into a palm. Wind spirit barrier. Spirit light gathered into a barrier and blocked the remaining power of the black tentacle. This time it's my turn. Qin Feng chuckled, and his figure quickly disappeared. Then, he appeared above Zhou Mo like a ghost. The latter immediately noticed and threw a punch. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Qin Feng appeared on the right side of Zhou Mo and sent out a palm wind. Space-splitting palm. Zhou Mo's face turned serious, and she calmly blocked the palm wind. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, her pupils shrank as she saw Qin Feng appear in front of her. Then, she drowned again. However, this time, the Skywater domain was much more powerful than before. Waves of water surged within the Skywater domain, constantly slapping at Zhou Mo. At the same time, the surging water currents became even more ferocious, causing Zhou Mo's delicate body to stagger. The waves of water moved horizontally and vertically, fixing Zhou Mo's limbs and waist. Then, a mental weapon swept out. At the same time, the yin-yang hand reached out again. Under such circumstances, Qin Feng's use and control of various moves, as well as the coordination between them, had reached an abnormal level. In the Dao Yin mode, he could use various moves to exert the greatest power with the least consumption. Open! Zhou Mo shouted softly. An even more powerful force erupted from her body and directly shattered all of Qin Feng's attacks. Chapter 425. Forced into the Magma Zhou Mo's control over the power of the demonic I Shock Qin Feng. Many of his methods could maximize their power in the Daoyin mode, but it was difficult to deal much damage to Zhou Mo in this state. The power of Yin and Yang was also consumed by the demonic eye in the opponent's body, so he could not exert its power. His last method was also the most terrifying one, which was the immortal light of the immortal Tensigen. It was just that this move consumed a lot of energy and could easily kill people. Zhou Mo's nature was not bad, and Qin Feng did not want to use this move on her. However, if he used the immortal light, it would be difficult for him to compete with Zhou Mo. You forced me to do this, Qin Feng said softly, and the red light between his eyebrows became more and more intense. Zhou Mo's face was also extremely dignified. At this moment, she felt a great threat and even smelled the smell of death. It can actually still unleash such a terrifying attack. Zhou Mo was shocked. Even she felt her heart palpitate in fear. Qin Feng looked at Zhou Mo indifferently, and his eyes suddenly focused. After a while, he suddenly said in a low voice, "With your strength, you can easily snatch the remaining 5 leaves. Why do you have to fight with me here? If both of us are injured, you won't be able to get a single leaf, and I won't be able to keep my 4 leaves. In the end, we will only benefit those people. Why bother?" Zhou Mo raised her eyebrows and whispered back, "Why don't we join hands and snatch the remaining 5 leaves? Let's split it 20 to 80, what do you think?" "Don't be so polite. I only want 6, Qin Feng said. Zhou Mo was stunned. She tilted her head, rolled her eyes, and immediately said with a cold face, "Boy, you are not honest." "Haha, I'm just kidding. I don't want any of the remaining 5 leaves. On the contrary, I will help you. But you have to do me a favor first," Qin Feng whispered. "What favor? Pretend to injure me? What?" The two's voices were extremely low, and coupled with the surging spirit qi, they were thought to be confronting each other. No one knew what they were discussing. Not long after, Zhou Mo suddenly erupted and punched Qin Feng out of the air. Everyone was speechless when they saw this scene. They didn't have the time to think too much as many people rushed towards Qin Feng. As the saying goes, take his life while he is weak. This was truly the best opportunity to kill Qin Feng. Bang! However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying spirit qi, fluctuation spirit qi, suddenly descended upon them. Everyone's spirit qi circulation became stagnant. Half a 9th heaven realm, Yang's 7 spirit qi, 7's 8 soul, 10 heavens master. Spirit Chi's soul heavens. Soul 9 soul 10 6 heavens 10 heavens wind 7 soul with soul wind with 5 with a damage with a soul 8 with a Hiva soul heavens great blow Li Feng. Yisong Feng Song Shui and the others exclaimed and wanted to help, but they were too far away and couldn't make it in time. But just at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly flipped his body. A scarlet light that carried an incomparably violent aura abruptly shot out. Along the way, one could only hear the violent explosions in the air like a series of bombs. The spirit energy giant hand, which shocked everyone, was pierced by the scarlet light as it shot towards the half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm Master. The man's complexion also changed, and he instinctively grabbed a 5th-order spirit beast not far away and threw it at the red light. Pung. The red light passed through without any hindrance, and the spirit beast instantly burst into pieces. Taking advantage of this gap, the half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm Master quickly moved half a step, and the red light penetrated his arm, causing a string of blood to spray out. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, their mouths dry and tongues dry, unable to speak. Qin Feng had actually injured a half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm Master in a single exchange. What kind of attack was that? How could it be so terrifying that it made their souls tremble? The middle-aged man looked at the bloody hole in his arm, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If he hadn't dodged in time, this blow would have taken his life. He raised his head and stared at Qin Feng, murderous intent surging from his body. Qin Feng was also stunned. His blow had actually been dodged by the other party, causing him to feel somewhat regretful. Shortly after activating the Dao Yin mode, he had felt a murderous intent nearby, as if a terrifying master was targeting him. Qin Feng didn't know why, but he had no choice but to be on guard. So he had set up a trap with Zhou Mo, pretending to be severely injured and luring the other party into attacking while he used his immortal light to kill him. However, he hadn't expected the other party to react so quickly and escape. Not being able to kill this person made Qin Feng's heart sink. He had already withdrawn his Dao Yin mode and couldn't activate it again for some time. On top of that, after fighting with Zhou Mo for a while, he had consumed a lot of his strength. Now, facing a half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm Master was too dangerous. "You deserve to die." The man stretched out his hand and formed a giant hand made of spirit energy, but he didn't recklessly attack Qin Feng, worried that the same thing would happen again. Feeling the other party's murderous intent, Qin Feng was also shocked. In his current state, against a master of this level, his chances of winning were extremely low, but he couldn't escape. The giant hand slowly fell and suppressed Qin Feng, but it didn't directly suppress him. The man said indifferently, "You can do it." Everyone was stunned and looked at the master in confusion. Why would the other party give them such a good opportunity? He killed someone he shouldn't have killed, so this is his punishment, the man said. In fact, he was very cautious and didn't want to take action himself, worried that the terrifying beam of light would target him again. Everyone's eyes flashed. Although the 5 leaves had been divided, Qin Feng still had 4 heaven-blending grass leaves, so they all wanted to get them. So, everyone hesitated for a moment before attacking him. Seeing so many people besieging him, Qin Feng's face also showed a hint of madness. He suddenly dived into the blazing magma below. Before he fell into the magma, he pulled the bare roots of the heaven-blending grass over. Fire God technique, endless fire domain. Suddenly, a terrifying flame jumped up from the magma. Near the volcano's crater, the fire burned the sky, and endless fire force seeped in. In an instant, the area was surrounded by endless flames. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. How could so many flames suddenly appear? Using the Fire God technique at the volcano's crater could undoubtedly maximize its power. Just like in a place with abundant water, the power of the water force would also skyrocket. Plop! Qin Feng shot into the magma. On the surface of his body, the ancient spiritual desolate flame quickly appeared and propped up a space. The temperature of the magma was extremely high. Without any defense, it was impossible to withstand. Fortunately, the ancient spiritual desolate flame's level was extremely high and could resist the magma's temperature. Above the volcano's crater, everyone hurriedly used their spiritual power to protect their bodies. Although this kind of flame couldn't hurt them, no one felt comfortable being burned. They looked at the violently tumbling lava that was emitting a scorching aura, and their eyes flickered. Qin Feng had snatched 4 leaves and roots of the heaven-blending grass. This was a huge sum of money. Chapter 426. Explosive increase in strength. The endless world of magma was crimson red. Looking over, everything was distorted. Moreover, the rustling sound of magma flowing around made Qin Feng's hair stand on end. He was currently in the magma, and this high temperature would corrode him to the point that not even his bones would be left. It's still very uncomfortable. Qin Feng grimaced. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Idiot, is the yellow spring pill for decoration? The demon eye snorted. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about this thing. Just as Qin Feng was about to put away the ancient desolate spirit flame and use the yellow spring pill to protect himself, the demon eye said, "Don't remove the ancient desolate spirit flame. If you let the yellow spring pill come into direct contact with the magma, there will be a violent explosion. You won't be able to withstand it." Qin Feng quivered and hurriedly stabilized the ancient desolate spirit flame. Then he mobilized the yellow spring pill's energy and wrapped it around his body. Only then did he neutralize the constantly corroding heat. Those people should be blocking it up there. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He had snatched 4 leaves and even pulled out the heaven-blending grass's roots. Those people would not give up. Even if they did not dare to come in, they would definitely block it up there and wait for him to show himself. After a moment of silence, his palm suddenly felt cold. Qin Feng lowered his head to take a look, and the corner of his mouth immediately twitched fiercely. The 9-nether snake had slipped out of his chinquin bag at some point and eaten a small part of the heaven-blending grass's rhizome. This is good stuff. Qin Feng hurriedly picked up the 9-nether snake and said speechlessly, "Little thing, if you want to eat it, can't you discuss it with me first? You always make surprise attacks. I really can't not guard against you in the future." Although the roots were not as effective as the heaven-blending grass's leaves, it had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and contained the fragments of the great Tao. There were also many benefits. You have 4 leaves, so the roots won't have much effect on you. Give it to the 9-nether snake. It's time for this little thing to evolve, the demon I said. Qin Feng was stunned. This root is worth 100 5th-grade pills. Of course not for humans, but for spirit beasts, the roots of the heaven-fusing grass are much more useful than the leaves. The demon eye smiled and said, "Those spirit beasts came here mainly for the roots." Hearing this, Qin Feng was overjoyed. Once the 9-nether snake evolved, its strength would increase exponentially, and it would be able to control rank 5 snakes. This would be a great help to him. Just think about it. In a place where there were many types of snakes, a large group of 5th-order spirit snake beasts would be summoned. How magnificent would that scene be? As long as the 9-nether snake successfully evolved, he would have a rank 5 spirit beast to fight for him at any time. Little thing, all for you. The 9-nether snake tilted its head, and its inverted triangular snake eyes actually narrowed. According to human calculations, that appearance should be a smile. It really has become a spirit. This little thing's intelligence is too high, said the demon eye. He had a very high evaluation of the 9-nether snake's potential. Qin Feng was also very happy. The closer this little thing was to him, the better. As he thought about it, he stuffed the leftover 5th-grade pill into the 9-nether snake's mouth, looking like a bad uncle. "Little guy, look at how good I am to you. I'll leave all the good things for you to eat. You must remember my kindness." The demon eye grinned. "You're good at tricking people, not snakes. Your ability is not ordinary." Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. This was called investment with potential. The 9-nether snake was a high-quality stock with potential, so he had to invest well. After settling the 9-nether snake, Qin Feng also prepared to break through. He took out a leaf, and a wisp of ancient spiritual desolate flame surged out, constantly burning the leaf. Soon, wisps of green gas rose up. Pay attention to absorbing. This is the Tao pool, the embodiment of the great Tao. It contains the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Qin Feng used the 100-calamity heaven-swallowing art and absorbed all the green gas into his body. Suddenly, he felt his body relax and become incomparably ethereal. The green gas flowed through his body, and in just a few breaths, the impurities in his body were expelled. His flesh and blood became transparent, and the number of living cells increased sharply. His body's functions were strengthened further. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng felt that his body had reached a new level. Moreover, this change was very intense, and it was constantly rising. Little bits of gray gas were expelled. These were not impurities in his body, but impurities in his Tao. This was a very mysterious thing. His Tao was being purified and purified, becoming more and more pure. The so-called purification of the Tao was, in short, the purification of his growth. In the process of growth, as his strength increased, he naturally came into contact with more things. There were certain misunderstandings in his understanding of the Tao. This was the perception of the Tao. But now, these were all being purified, and some of the mistakes were being eliminated. Then, Qin Feng took out another leaf to further improve himself. Anyway, he had a lot of them, and he did not mind wasting them. This kind of opportunity was very rare. Not only did he have to break through, but he also had to perfect the spirit detecting realm. In this realm, his improvement was relatively fast, and he did not have much time to stop and comprehend. If he continued to break through, it might cause his foundation to be unstable. Every realm required a corresponding comprehension. If he did not improve his comprehension, it would be a big problem in the future. The body-shaping realm gave him a very high starting point, so no matter what realm he was in, he had to perfect his Tao. Only then could he cultivate an invincible body. Enjoying the two leaves of the heaven blending grass together, Qin Feng could feel that he was becoming more and more agile, as if he was about to ascend to immortality. This kind of feeling was indescribably beautiful. His Tao was being perfected, and his comprehension was increasing. Moreover, his body was also becoming stronger. He had already taken a step before spirit power and stopped at the minor heaven realm. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng had already reached perfection in the spirit detecting realm. His spiritual energy was complete, and his comprehension was sufficient. With a muffled bang, he broke through the barrier of the spirit detecting realm and officially entered the small heaven realm. Moreover, this was not all. The essence energy of the two leaves contained the laws of the Tao, and it was still endlessly pouring into Qin Feng's body. His cultivation continued to rise, and his physical strength reached the peak. He had already touched the ceiling of the minor heaven realm. This kind of improvement even scared Qin Feng, because not long after he broke through to the minor heaven realm, he had reached the mid-stage and was still climbing toward the late stage. This kind of momentum made Qin Feng's heart jump. This was the rhythm of directly rushing into the ninth heaven realm. Finally, he reached the late stage of the minor heaven realm and then climbed to the peak. He was only half a step away from the ninth heaven realm. In fact, there was no such thing as half a step between the minor heaven realm and the ninth heaven realm. It was just that if one wanted to reach the ninth heaven realm, it was too difficult and required constant accumulation. During this period of accumulation, when one reached a certain point, there would be some kind of change that would arouse one's understanding of the world and allow one's strength to surpass the minor heaven realm. However, this was not the ninth heaven realm, which was why there was such a thing as half a step into the ninth heaven realm. However, if one did not accumulate through normal means or had a special opportunity, there would be no such step. Qin Feng did not know if he could reach the ninth heaven realm, but looking at this momentum, there was a high chance of success. Suppress your cultivation, the demon I suddenly said. Why? As long as I enter the ninth heaven realm, do you just want to be an ordinary ninth heaven realm expert? The demon eye's tone was stern. The minor heaven realm is about one's comprehension of the world's power. If you don't stop, you will only have the strength of an ordinary ninth heaven realm expert. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell silent and then nodded. The demon eye was right. If he could not resist the temptation and temporarily obtained great power, it would only destroy his foundation. How can I suppress it? Suppress it to the point where it can't be suppressed. Qin Feng took a deep breath and controlled the growth of his momentum, then began to suppress it. The peak of the minor heaven realm, the late stage, the mid-stage, and then the late stage. Qin Feng suppressed again. Chapter 427. Zhou Mo's provocation after absorbing the essence of the two heaven-fusing grass leaves. Qin Feng's strength had skyrocketed, and he had no choice but to suppress it. In the end, he tried his best to suppress his spirit energy to the small heaven realm middle stage. At this moment, his spirit energy was extremely condensed. Although it had directly skipped the small heaven realm early stage, it didn't feel weak at all. Of course, this was also the result of him desperately suppressing it. The increase in his strength also greatly increased Qin Feng's confidence. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of facing the half-step ninth-stage heaven realm powerhouse. In the universe bag, the nine-nether snake that had eaten the heaven-fusing grass didn't move at all, which made Qin Feng a little worried. Old devil, when will the nine-nether snake finish evolving? I estimate that it will at least reach the fifth order this time, which will take a long time, the demon eye replied. Fifth order? Qin Feng was stunned. This guy had reached the fifth order in one evolution, which was comparable to a small heaven realm powerhouse. One had to know that he had risked his life to reach his current strength, but this little guy had actually reached the fifth order by not eating and sleeping. The increase in strength of spirit beasts is originally different from that of humans, especially rare spirit beasts like ancient descendants. Their normal growth speed is very slow, but once they evolve, their strength will skyrocket. The demon eye said, "This evolution from the third order to the fifth order is normal. After all, it's an evolution of a lower realm, so a two-order increase is normal." Hearing this, Qin Feng grinned. What else could he say? Compared to this little guy, he was just looking for a beating. It's time to show up. Qin Feng whispered with a sneer on his face. He wanted to see who wanted to kill him. An expert of this level directly wanted to kill him, and it wasn't as simple as just getting the heaven-fusing grass. Slowly approaching the magma layer, Qin Feng quietly spread out his mental force to sense the situation outside. Immediately, his face sank. That middle-aged man had actually captured Song Shui. Near the crater, Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others' expressions were ugly. The former stared at the middle-aged man and said, "You've stretched your hands too far. Do you really think the Song family is easy to bully? Is the Song clan that powerful? If you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you in Sin City, as long as you dare to come." The middle-aged man sneered, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. He said, "Qin Feng killed my lord's younger brother, and he is very close to your Song family, especially this Miss Song Shui. Don't worry, I won't hurt her, but I must use her to lure that young man out." Mo Sun? Song Su stared coldly at Mo Sun. The latter shook his head with a smile and said, "I have nothing to do with the people of Sin City. What he said was completely his own action and has nothing to do with my Mo family. Su Li is with your Mo clan." Song Yuan snorted. Nobody would believe that the Mo clan was not in cahoots with the people of Sin City. So what? We just have the same goal. Mo Sun spread out his hands as if it had nothing to do with him. Song Yuan gritted her teeth and looked at the others. She said, "Everyone, the people from Sin City bullied the Song family. They don't have any respect for the great Yin Empire. Are we going to let them do as they please? Such a scoundrel should be killed." The eyes of the people from the Supreme Mystery Sect and the Zhou family flashed. The reputation of Sin City was indeed very bad. It was a place that even the great empires didn't care about. It was a gathering place for vicious gangsters or criminals from various empires. If it was just an ordinary fight over the heaven blending herb, or if it was just attacking Qin Feng, then it would indeed be a personal grudge. However, this person had captured a member of the Song clan, and the Song clan was located in the center of the great Yin Empire. It was not an exaggeration to say that this person didn't have any respect for the great Yin Empire by attacking the Song family. After all, the Song family was a well-known family in the great Yin Empire. Now that they were being targeted by the people of Sin City as one of the most important families and sects in the great Yin Empire, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, in a sense, it would be a form of contempt and indifference to the great Yin Empire. However, this person was very powerful, and everyone had just obtained the heaven-blending grass. They didn't want to cause trouble at this time. The Mo family was silent. They were happy to see this situation, so naturally, they wouldn't interfere. The people from the Supreme Mystery Sect also shook their heads. The other party had only captured a young lady of the Song family. They didn't really threaten the Song family, so they didn't want to do anything. "Everyone, are you really going to ignore Sin City and attack the Song family?" Song Su glanced at everyone coldly and said, "If this matter reaches the ears of the royal family, I think all the families and sects here will be subjected to rumors and slanders." "Brother Song, you are wrong." Mo Sun smiled and said, "They're only targeting Qin Feng. Moreover, this senior didn't attack the Song family. Brother Song, aren't you making a mountain out of molehill by raising this matter to the great Yin Empire's reputation?" Song Su's eyes were gloomy, and the people of the Song family were also angry. One of their young ladies had been captured, but the other party said it so casually. The people of Sin City are really too much. At this time, a dissatisfied voice came from the direction of the Zhou family. Everyone turned around and was stunned. It was Zhou Momo. Zhou Xuanwu frowned and reminded her not to say anything. Zhou Mo ignored him and looked at the middle-aged man and said, "If you want to kill Qin Feng, you can attack him. Why do you have to capture someone from the Song family? With your strength, you have to use such despicable means to deal with Qin Feng. You really live up to your name of being a villain in Sin City." The middle-aged man's face turned cold and said, "Young lady of the Zhou family, be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. I already said it. What can you do?" Zhou Mo put her hands on her waist and said, "Who gave you the guts to attack a big family in the Great Yin Empire's territory? Don't think that the person behind you can support you. If the Great Yin Empire really wants to attack you, even Sin City won't be able to protect you." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face didn't change. Although the other countries turn a blind eye to Sin City, that was because it didn't affect their fundamental interests. Otherwise, if an empire pressured them, it would be useless even if they hid in Sin City. Therefore, he only controlled Song Shui and didn't hurt her. He also didn't attack the other members of the Song family. Otherwise, with his strength and character in that kind of dog-eat-dog place, why would he talk so much to them? "I won't argue with you." The middle-aged man glanced at Zhou Mo and said, "I only want to kill Qin Feng. Once that brat is dead, I will naturally release her. You are a half-step 9th heavenly realm cultivator, yet you are afraid of a junior at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. How embarrassing," Zhou Mo said. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched, but he didn't care. He had already captured someone from the Song family, so he didn't want to attack the Zhou family. This was one of the few big families in the Great Yin Empire. If he offended all of them, even his master wouldn't be able to protect him. Chapter 428. Kill Mo. Zhou Xuanwu frowned and looked puzzled. What was wrong with Zhou Mo? She was completely different from her usual self. The others were also surprised. Zhou Mo was completely provoking this expert. It did not meet her standards at all. "Miss Zhou, I have no intention of attacking you, so..." Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, a black and white light suddenly bloomed around his body. In an instant, it formed a yin-yang embrace diagram and locked him in the middle. At the same time, his body suddenly burst out with blood. Invisible sharp weapons pierced his body. Blood spurted out from his neck as a sharp weapon tore open a wound there. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. His vision turned black as he suffered a heavy blow to his head. Then, a huge water ball quickly condensed and water surged. In just a few breaths, the middle-aged man's body was left with bloody wounds. All these changes happened in an instant. Everyone looked at the scene in shock and could not recover their senses. The middle-aged man roared, and a strong spiritual energy surged out of his body. But then, he was horrified to find that his spiritual energy was actually flowing away. He quickly cut off the flow of spiritual energy. Before he could do anything else, a strange force surged into his body, causing his bodily functions to become chaotic. For a moment, he could not control his spiritual energy. At this moment, another terrifying attack came, leaving behind a series of terrifying wounds on his body. "Who is it?" the middle-aged man roared. He only felt a cold aura, but did not see anyone. But his reaction was extremely fast. No matter who the opponent was, his target should be Song Shui. Because most of the attacks had avoided Song Shui, he immediately increased the strength of Song Shui's hand. Song Shui suddenly groaned in pain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Invisible sharp weapons shot over. The middle-aged man quickly retracted his arm. His spiritual energy vibrated and blocked these invisible sharp weapons. At the same time, his other hand once again slapped toward Song Shui. He was ambushed, and the opponent's attack was very exquisite. There was no way to defend against it. So, he set his target and only attacked Song Shui to force the attacker to give up on attacking him. Bang! The middle-aged man's palm stopped abruptly, as if it had been restrained by something. Then, a tyrannical wave of air spread out from the middle-aged man's palm, directly shattering the water ball. Everyone was stunned. They only saw the middle-aged man stagger back and Song Shue's feet fly off the ground, but they didn't see the third person's figure. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. From the moment the water ball appeared, they knew that it was Qin Feng's doing. But where was he? Song Shue. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Song Shue. The way she moved horizontally was too strange. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, a figure slowly appeared from head to toe. That appearance was none other than Qin Feng. This is invisibility? Everyone was shocked. What kind of method was this? Not only could it hide one's aura, it could even hide one's body. The middle-aged man's expression also changed slightly before becoming gloomy. He was a dignified half-step 9th-stage Heaven Realm master, yet he had been injured by a sneak attack. This was simply a disgrace. Song Shue stared blankly at Qin Feng, only recovering after a long time. Big brother Qin Feng, are you all right? Qin Feng smiled and helped her up. Song Shue quickly shook her head as she stared at Qin Feng incredulously. Saving her from a half-step 9th-stage Heaven Realm master, this kind of strength, good boy, you actually managed to mount a sneak attack. You really have some skill. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. At this moment, his appearance was quite distressed. His shoulders, back, and legs were all covered in scars, some of which were quite deep, revealing his white bones. There was also a large swelling on the back of his head from which blood was seeping out. Not being able to kill this person caused Qin Feng to feel slightly regretful. With his current strength and Zhou Mo's interference, his sneak attack would have definitely succeeded, but he had to worry about Song Shue. On top of that, the other party's reaction had been very quick, and he had directly attacked Song Shue. As such, Yang Kai could only withdraw and save Song Shue first. However, although the sneak attack had failed, it had still caused the other party some serious injuries. If I didn't have scruples, do you think you would still be alive? Qin Feng indifferently said. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, a villain who only knows how to mount sneak attacks. Same to you, Qin Feng said. A guy who only knows how to use a girl to threaten others can't possibly have a good character. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Feng and grinned. He stretched out his hand, and a ferocious spirit force roared at Qin Feng. You really think you can fight me after injuring me with some unorthodox methods? Ridiculous. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head slightly and shot out a palm. The palm wind, wrapped in spiritual power, shot out. The moment they collided, a ferocious spirit force shockwave spread out. The middle-aged man staggered back as the smile on his face slowly froze. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief and absent-mindedly muttered, "Small heaven middle stage." The others were also shocked. Qin Feng was only at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. So how could he reach the middle stage of the small heaven realm in the blink of an eye? How is this possible? It's the heaven fusing grass. He refined it in the magma, someone said with a trembling voice. The temperature of the magma was extremely high, and people at their level couldn't ignore it. They needed to use spirit force to protect themselves, so how could they break through? Compared to them, the middle-aged man was even more shocked. He had fought with Qin Feng before and knew that Qin Feng's spirit force was not much weaker than his. There's something wrong with this person. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he looked around for the best escape route. He sensed a dangerous aura from Qin Feng, and the thought of retreating appeared in his heart. Qin Feng didn't miss the change in expression on the middle-aged man's face. He sneered, "You want to leave now? Isn't it too late? Brat, hand over your life." The middle-aged man roared and sent out a palm at Qin Feng before quickly retreating. His body was close to the ground as he rushed down the mountain like an arrow. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. A half-step 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master had actually fled without a fight. Just how terrifying was Qin Feng now? The middle-aged man didn't get far before he felt a fierce wind coming from above. He quickly turned around, his back facing the ground. Qin Feng appeared above the middle-aged man. His fists unceasingly blasted down, clashing against the middle-aged man, suppressing him below. The two of them fought fiercely, and wherever they went, rocks exploded and giant trees snapped. Every time the two of them collided, space would distort and a terrifying shockwave would spread out. The middle-aged man's feet touched the ground, and his body flew diagonally across the ground. Qin Feng was less than 2 meters above him, his fists and palms constantly raining down on him. Pung! At one point, the middle-aged man couldn't bear it and fell to the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. How can you be so strong? The middle-aged man was horrified. Even if he was injured, he was still a half-step 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master, yet he couldn't withstand the other party's bombardment. Poochie! Just as he got up, Qin Feng appeared in front of him like a bolt of lightning and punched the middle-aged man's chest. As the middle-aged man was sent flying, Qin Feng's fist turned into a finger and a burst of light shot out, directly piercing the middle-aged man's chest. Xiao. Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the middle-aged man. His palm, filled with tyrannical spirit energy fluctuations, he grabbed the middle-aged man's head and circulated his 100 tribulation heaven-devouring secret art. In a few breaths, the middle-aged man's spirit energy was completely devoured by Qin Feng. With a wave of his arm, Yang Kai threw the middle-aged man's body away and circulated his secret art to assimilate his spirit energy. Chapter 429. Separate, everyone stared at Qin Feng in a daze, their scalps tingling. A half-step 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master was so easily killed by him? In fact, Qin Feng was also a little surprised. Although the other party was injured, his strength was not greatly reduced. It would take some effort to kill him, but he did not expect it to be so easy. Actually, after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. After all, he had reached the small Heaven Realm middle stage. Even in a head-on confrontation, he was not afraid of a half-step 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master. What's more, the other party was injured and wanted to retreat. Under such circumstances, his combat strength was naturally greatly reduced. After devouring the other party's spirit energy, Qin Feng recovered. This was the overbearing effect of the 100 Tribulations heaven-devouring secret art. He could replenish his energy at any time. A group of people stared at him as if he was a monster. Mo Sun and the other Mo family members' expressions were a little unnatural as they quietly left. "Brother, are we letting him go just like that?" Mo asked unwillingly. "Can you kill him?" Mo Sun glanced at Mo indifferently and whispered, "Killing him doesn't require us to do it ourselves." After pausing for a moment, Mo Sun added, "Our grudge with him has already ended. Don't think about revenge anymore. This person is not simple. If we can't kill him, it will be very troublesome. Let's just leave this troublesome matter to that person in Sin City. We don't need to get involved." Supreme Mystery Sex Li Hen also said a few words before leaving with his people. "Hey, Qin Feng, I helped you attract that person's attention so you could have a chance to injure him. Now, shouldn't you give me something in return?" Zhou Mo said as she stretched out her hand, looking like she was asking for something. Zhou Mo looked at her in surprise. Even Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others were surprised. It turned out that Zhou Mo was covering for Qin Feng's sneak attack. The two had already discussed this beforehand. "What do you want?" "I don't have anything on me." Qin Feng spread his hands. This little girl was really bold when she asked for a reward. Zhou Mo rolled his eyes and rubbed his chin. Acting like an old man, he said, "How about this? Give me one of the leaves of the heaven-fusing grass as a reward." Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This person was really shameless. Qin Feng nodded and said seriously, "Okay, when I snatch your brother's leaves, I will definitely give you one." "All right, your family seems to have snatched 2 leaves, right? Take it out." Qin Feng also stretched out his hand and demanded righteously, "Don't force me to make a move." Hearing Qin Feng's tone, Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed. He hurriedly tugged at Zhou Mo. "Hey, Qin Feng, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I helped you just now. Zhou Mo was so angry that his face turned red. Yes, you helped me, but they didn't help me. Qin Feng shrugged and looked at Song Su and the others. He said, Brother Song, I think we should take down the people from the Zhou family. Goodbye. Zhou Xuanwu's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly pulled Zhou Mo and left. Qin Feng, I will remember you. You better be careful. Don't fall into my hands. Zhou Mo's exasperated yell could be heard from far away. The people from the major factions all left. The people from the Song family all turned their attention to Qin Feng. Their eyes were burning with excitement and anticipation. Brother Qin Feng, this heaven-fusing grass. Song Su smiled. Qin Feng nodded and took out a leaf and handed it to Song Su. Why is there only one leaf? We agreed on two. When the Song family's guard saw there was only one leaf, he immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. Song Yuan's brow also slowly furrowed. Song Su looked at the emerald leaf in Qin Feng's hand and lowered his eyes. He said, Brother Qin Feng, what is the meaning of this? Qin Feng looked at the crowd and said, I want you to understand one thing. You only gave me 20 pills to ask for my help, and I did indeed help you stop that half-step 9th-stage Heavenly Realm Master. What goals you have is your business. I'm only helping, not helping you achieve your goals. For the sake of the pills, I will give you one. Is there anything else you are dissatisfied with? How can you be like this? You snatched 4 leaves, and we were the ones who covered your retreat. We were also the ones who blocked the attacks of the others. The group of guards all had unsightly expressions as they glared at Qin Feng. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, What did you help me with? If I didn't help you stop Zhou Mo, would you have lasted until now? I don't owe you anything. Giving you 1 leaf is already the most benevolent thing I can do. How can you be like this? As soon as the group of guards spoke, Song Su waved his hand and interrupted. He nodded and said, Brother Qin Feng is right. He has helped us enough. We can't force him. Saying so, he took the leaf and smiled. Many thanks. Qin Feng smiled and flipped his hand, summoning a second leaf. He smiled and said, You should understand what I mean. Song Su nodded slightly and chuckled. I understand your intentions. Don't worry, she is still my little sister. Many people didn't understand Qin Feng's actions. Only Song Yuan and a few others understood Qin Feng's intentions. After all, Qin Feng wasn't a member of the Song family. It wasn't appropriate for him to intervene in their family matters. The only thing he could do to help Song Shui was to give her an extra heaven-blending grass leaf so that she could also obtain this opportunity. Although he didn't say anything, he knew that Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others understood that he gave them the second leaf because of Song Shui's face. This was the last thing he could do for Song Shui. After putting away the 2 leaves, Song Su nodded and asked, Brother Qin Feng, what do you plan to do next? If there's nothing else, why don't you follow us back to Great Yin City? We can repay you for your kindness today. When Qin Feng heard this, he laughed and said, There's no need for you to repay me. It's fine as long as you do what you have to do. He knew that Song Su wanted to rope him in, but he wasn't interested in getting involved in their family matters. He still had many things to do. When Song Su heard Qin Feng's rejection, he didn't say anything else. He took out a token and handed it to Qin Feng. This is the Song family's token. Although I don't dare to say how important it is, I don't think anyone in the Great Yin Empire will dare to make things difficult for you. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He took the token and asked, This thing is so useful. It seems like the Song family has a high status in the Great Yin Empire. Huh, it's just a small influence in the empire. Song Su shook his head and said seriously, We should leave too. Brother Qin Feng, if you need anything in the future, you can come to Great Yin City to look for us. We will definitely repay you for your kindness today. Huh, if that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony if I need anything in the future. I look forward to your arrival. Chapter 430. Infiltrating the Blackwater Mountain before parting ways with the Song family, Qin Feng had asked for a map of the unfolding mountain range. Although it was not comprehensive, it would still be of great help to him. Qin Feng followed the marks on the map and explored a small part of the unfolding mountain range. The reason why he did not leave with them was that he suspected that the people who had entered the spatial storm with him might have fallen somewhere else in the unfolding mountain range. Now that the matter had been resolved, he had to look around to see if there were any traces of those people. After searching for 3 days in the unfolding mountain range, Qin Feng did not find any traces of those people. Could it be that not a single person has appeared in this mountain range? Standing on a high slope and looking at the towering mountain range opposite him, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He was worried. When he had come out of the spatial storm, he had been unconscious for a few days. What if those people were in the same situation but were not as lucky as him? Would they? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart sank. After all, such a situation was very likely. Once they fell into a forest and fell unconscious, it was not impossible for them to be eaten by spirit beasts. Perhaps I should ask the local forces here. Thinking of this, Qin Feng hurriedly took out a map and looked at the strongholds of some bandits. The unfolding mountain range was vast and boundless. It was not purely a gathering place for spirit beasts. Moreover, it was close to the central area of the Great Yin Empire. Many caravans passed by here. So many people had become bandits and engaged in illegal activities here. Qin Feng did not want to cause any trouble for these 2 days, so he could avoid them. However, he could not find any traces of Tan Xian and the others. Qin Feng decided to look for bandits and bandits. Perhaps they would be able to provide some clues. However, he did not find any useful information after looking for 3 bandit groups in a row. In a valley, there was a fluctuation of spirit power. Immediately, figures were sent flying. What are you trying to do? A man dressed in animal skin looked at his fallen brothers and then looked at the calm and composed Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng walked slowly towards him and said indifferently, "Tell me what I want to know." "I really don't know the people you're talking about," the man said bitterly. He felt extremely depressed. Previously, when he saw Qin Feng come alone to ask for information, he saw that Qin Feng had some substance and wanted to rob him. Therefore, he deliberately made up some information and brought him to their stronghold. In the end, this young man turned out to be an unfathomable master. With his own strength, he swept through their stronghold. The first master and second master were killed on the spot. The remaining people fled to this place, but they were still caught up. "Brother, big brother, uncle, I really don't know the news of those people you mentioned. I thought you were a cabbage, so I deliberately lied to you. I was wrong. Please let us go." The man's face was bitter, and he almost knelt down to beg for mercy. "Do you know how much time you've wasted?" Qin Feng's face was expressionless. His spiritual energy surged, suppressing these people until they couldn't resist. "If I don't get any useful information, all of you will die today." The group of people's faces turned deathly pale. They glared fiercely at the man and said, "Third Master, you've really gotten us all into trouble." The man also helplessly smiled bitterly. "How would I know that this guy is so abnormal?" "Brother, we really don't know anything. You should." As he spoke, the third master suddenly paused. He thought for a moment, then patted his thigh and said, "I almost forgot. Some time ago, the Blackwater stronghold seemed to have captured some people. As for whether the people you mentioned were among them or not, I don't know." Hearing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. "When did this happen?" The third master thought for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and said, "It seems to be 10 days ago." "You're not lying to me?" "How would I dare to lie to you about this?" The third master quickly said, "You can go to the other strongholds and ask around. Some time ago, the Blackwater stronghold did indeed capture a lot of people. I heard that they robbed a caravan and made a fortune. This matter has spread around here." Qin Feng stared at the third master and found that he didn't seem to be lying. He secretly nodded. The time was about the same as when they entered the spatial storm. Xinyuan Owl and the others were all from the imperial capital, so they naturally had a lot of good things on them. It was just like what they said about making a fortune. After learning the location and power of the Blackwater stronghold from these people, Qin Feng quickly rushed towards it. It's very likely that there's more than one ninth stage Heaven Realm Master guarding it. Along the way, Qin Feng was thinking about how to sneak in. According to the third boss, the Blackwater Stronghold was the most powerful bandit group in this area. They had hundreds of people, and the terrain was dangerous. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. It would not be easy for him to rescue people from this place. Little guy, are you awake? Qin Feng looked at his universe bag and found that the 9-nether snake was still coiled up. It was obviously still evolving, so he could only give up on the idea of having the 9-nether snake scout for information. In less than half a day, he arrived at Blackwater Mountain. At this time, Qin Feng had already taken off his black robe and changed into a green robe. There were quite a few grass vines tied around his body, and his face was also covered with green stripes drawn from the juice of some grass leaves. This allowed him to hide extremely safely and not be discovered. Blackwater Mountain wasn't like other bandit groups, so he needed to be careful. The blazing sunlight passed through the blockade of the tree branches, leaving behind countless tiny spots of light in the dense forest. It was a beautiful sight. Qin Feng deliberately chose to sneak in during the day because their defenses were the most lax at this time, and they would be more vigilant at night. His body curled up in a hidden part of the forest. Qin Feng frowned as he looked down at the figures that appeared from time to time. These were all people from Blackwater Mountain. These bandits have been in Blackwater Mountain for a long time and are extremely familiar with the terrain. I don't know how many traps they've set up here. It's probably not good to rashly charge in. Through the branches and leaves, Qin Feng's gaze swept across his surroundings. The dense and uninhabited environment gave him a sense of danger. Frowning, Qin Feng spat out the grass root in his mouth. His eyes darted around, and then he carefully crawled out of the grass and quietly made his way into the dense forest. In the dense forest, Qin Feng, who was hidden in the shadows, saw several groups of people split up. Looking at their positions and areas of activity, as well as their distribution and hiding positions, it was very likely that they were a combination of open and hidden sentries. As expected, this isn't an ordinary bandit group. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. There were open sentries on the surface, but there were also hidden sentries in the shadows. With this kind of defense, who could easily sneak in at night? Only he could use his mental strength to help him hide this point. Of course, he needed to scout the area and familiarize himself with the terrain as well as gather information. This was a battle of attrition and couldn't be completed in a short period of time, so he would only use his mental strength under special circumstances or when he might be exposed. Chapter 431. The rich menacing the cover of the forest and some plant juices to hide his scent, Qin Feng successfully avoided many of these outposts. After an afternoon of exploring, Qin Feng gradually understood the terrain of MT Blackwater, as well as some of the hidden checkpoints and ambushes. Ever since entering MT Blackwater, Qin Feng had not made a single move. Relying on his own concealment methods, he gradually approached the peak of MT Blackwater. At the peak of the mountain, this was a huge manor. This was the headquarters of Blackwater Mountain. However, it seemed that because of the various sentry points outside, as well as the fact that no one would think that they would be ambushed, the defense of the manor was a little scattered. There were only a few people from Blackwater Mountain patrolling the entrance. This batch of goods is not bad. They should be able to sell for a good price. Haha, you must have taken a fancy to that little demoness. I wouldn't dare. That's the woman that the boss has taken a fancy to. Fuck you, stop pretending. That little demoness is so F**king beautiful. If I knew that there was such a beauty among the captives, I would have F**king. Forget it. Lower your voice. If the boss hears you, you won't have a good time. I'm just making a fuss. Listening to their conversation, Qin Feng secretly frowned. Could it be that the little vixen was Su Xiaochun? Or Ouyang Qingqing? Or Kaiyun? He remembered that these people had all entered the spatial storm. Mental energy slowly spread throughout his body. When his figure disappeared into the air, Qin Feng carefully got up. He walked to a wall and leapt into the manor. The manor's defenses were still lax. Only a few patrols passed by. Suddenly he was stunned. The manor was decorated with lanterns and decorations. The atmosphere was quite lively. Large red lanterns were hung in rows. Needless to say, Qin Feng knew what this was for. In the distance, he could faintly hear noise. He stealthily approached the area and found that it was filled with banquets. The line extended from the hall to the outside. Qin Feng was unable to approach the hall. He could only use his mental energy to spy. Wisps of mental energy spread into the hall. Immediately, the scene inside was reflected in his mind. A man with a scar on his face was dressed in wedding attire. It was obvious that he was getting married. Who was the bride? Qin Feng wanted to use his psychic power to check carefully, but the bride was too close to the scar-faced man, and the scar-faced man was very strong. Qin Feng could vaguely feel that there was a powerful fluctuation of spiritual power in the bride's body, like a dormant dragon, being able to make him feel pressured just by his aura alone. Obviously, this person was a 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master. He was too close to the bride, and Qin Feng did not dare to use his spiritual power to get too close for fear of being discovered. He was hiding in a big tree inside the manor. The dense foliage and the night completely concealed his figure. Hiding in the tree, he was not in a hurry to make a move. He waited for the night to deepen. After a while, after the ceremony, the bride was helped to the back hall. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He quietly went around the hall and followed the bride. At this moment, there was only an old woman beside her. Qin Feng was considering whether or not to make a move. There should still be some time before the wedding. If I make a move now, the people at the bridal room will find out that the bride is not there. I'm afraid that I'll be exposed. In the end, Qin Feng did not make a move. He had not found out where the others were locked up. He could not expose himself yet. Following all the way, he quickly arrived at the back of the manor. Fortunately, the security here was even more lax. Most of the people had gone to the front hall to drink the wedding wine. Only a few people were guarding here. After the old woman left, Qin Feng quietly approached. He avoided the few guards and slipped into the bridal room. The bride seemed to have sensed someone coming in. She curled up at the foot of the bed, her body trembling. Qin Feng slowly walked over and whispered, "Don't make a sound. I'm here to save you." The bride was stunned. She lifted the veil on her head. A pair of clear eyes suddenly opened wide. Qin Feng was also a little stunned. This bride looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. She was very beautiful and delicate. She had big eyes, an oval face, and willowy eyebrows. If she was given a few more years, she would be a great beauty. However, he did not know this person. That meant that his previous guess was wrong. Tan Xian, Jing Wui, and the others were not here. "Are you really here to save me?" The girl looked at Qin Feng with her big eyes. I mistook you for someone else. I thought you were one of my companions," Qin Feng said, and was about to leave. "Wait." Seeing this, the girl hurriedly ran out of the bed and grabbed Qin Feng. Her big eyes were misty. "Brother, save me. I don't want to stay here." "You were also captured and brought here?" Qin Feng looked at her in surprise. The spark of hope that had just been extinguished was ignited again. The girl hurriedly nodded. "Have you seen these people?" Qin Feng took out the void seal stone, which showed the faces of Tan Xian and the others. The girl stared at the image in the void seal stone. Her big black eyes rolled, and she hurriedly nodded. "I've seen them. They're imprisoned in another place." "Where are they imprisoned?" Qin Feng was so anxious that he did not notice the change in the girl's expression. The girl stared at Qin Feng and said, "I can only tell you if you take me away." Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "How much do you know about this place?" 10 minutes later, Qin Feng learned about the layout of the manor and the location of the black prison from the girl. He formulated the best rescue plan and escape route. He no longer hesitated. His spiritual power spread out and enveloped the two of them. Then he quickly left. "Wow, you're amazing." The girl was surprised that she had disappeared into thin air. "Don't talk too much." The two of them arrived at the black prison. The defense here was even more lax. The main reason was that no one thought that anyone could enter here. Qin Feng easily killed the two guards of the black prison. There were dozens of people imprisoned in the Black Prison, but after Qin Feng's spiritual power swept over, he did not find anyone familiar. He turned his head to look at the girl. His face slightly darkened. "You lied to me." The girl lowered her head and did not say anything. Seeing her like this, Qin Feng's heart was filled with anger. He was actually tricked by this little girl. "As long as you can save me, I guarantee that you will have endless wealth and the status that you can only dream of." The girl suddenly raised her head and said. Qin Feng coldly stared at her. "If you don't believe me, then I'll give you this." The girl took off a silver-white bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Qin Feng. "This is a bracelet made from space crystal jade. It contains a space inside. This is part of my collection, but I secretly took some out to deal with those bandits. But don't worry, I didn't touch the good stuff. As long as you save me, everything inside is yours." Qin Feng suspiciously checked the bracelet. His eyes immediately lit up. 9 turn glass flower, dragon grass, 8 water caltrops, 6 feet black ginseng. Chapter 432. The mysterious girl Qin Feng didn't expect that there would be so many good things in the bracelet. 9 turn glass flower, 6-legged black ginseng. These herbs were all rare treasures. There were also many pills. Just by looking at their color, he could tell that they were at least 5th grade. There were also some jade bottles. Even if he didn't know what was inside, Qin Feng could guess that they were definitely good treasures. Destiny Spirit Pearl. Suddenly, the demon eye's voice sounded. Qin Feng was startled and quickly asked in his mind, "Old devil, what is this Destiny Spirit Pearl? That thumb-sized pearl that's almost transparent and flickering with profound light." The demon eye said, "Boy, that's a good thing." Qin Feng looked at the pearl and asked, "What is it used for?" It is said that the Destiny Spirit Pearl is made from a broken corner of an ancient divine stone that can change fate. There are only 18 of them in the world. I didn't expect to see such a thing after so many years. Qin Feng felt a headache coming. "Old devil, you just have to tell me what this thing is used for." Simply put, it is a heaven-sent medicine that can cure illnesses and save lives. As long as you don't die on the spot, even if you are on the verge of death, taking this pearl can prolong your life. Is it really that magical? Qin Feng's heart was boiling. As long as I have the Destiny Spirit Pearl, is it the same as having 2 lives? You can say that. The demon eye said, "If you give this pearl to me for safekeeping, no matter what kind of destructive damage you encounter, I will be able to extend your life." Qin Feng licked his lips and secretly nodded. He then raised his head and looked at the girl. "As long as I take you away, you will give this to me?" "Yes." The girl nodded. "And this is only in advance. There will be more later." "Okay, deal. Wait a moment. I need to release the people inside." Qin Feng nodded, then said, "But I can only protect you. If there is danger, I can't protect everyone. Don't worry, they won't be coming with us. You just have to protect me and leave." With that, the girl opened the door of the dungeon and walked in. Qin Feng put the jade bracelet into his Chinquan bag, since he didn't find any traces of Tan Xian and the others, and he had already snuck in. It would be a waste if he didn't do such a big business. After waiting for a while, the girl walked out of the dark prison. Were they? Seeing that there was no one behind him, Qin Feng could not help but be surprised. "They have their own things to do. Let's go," the girl said. Qin Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He quickly left the manor with the girl and ran down the mountain. Fortunately, he was familiar with the terrain here. He was familiar with both the open and hidden sentries. He easily dodged the attack, and even if he couldn't, with his strength, he would be able to kill it quickly. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, a huge commotion suddenly came from the manor at the top of the mountain. Flames spread across the top of the mountain. You let them create a disturbance? Qin Feng finally understood why those people didn't come out. It was to attract the attention of those people and buy time for them to leave. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He felt that this girl was not ordinary. Those people couldn't have done it for him, so it was obvious that they were willing to die for this girl. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, the other party easily took out so many good things. Her background was definitely not small. However, now was not the time to talk about this. Qin Feng quickly left the Blackwater Mountain with the girl. By dawn, they had traversed more than 100 miles. Okay, this is the periphery of the unfolding mountain range. My mission is complete. Goodbye. With that, Qin Feng was about to leave. You don't want anything else in return? The girl pulled Qin Feng. No need. This is enough. Qin Feng shook the jade bracelet and put it on his hand. What a joke. This girl's background was definitely not small. If he went with her, who knew what would happen? He still saved her, took the things, and quickly ran away. No. Seeing that Qin Feng had made up his mind, the girl sat on the ground and hugged one of his legs. She refused to let go and shouted, "You have to send me safely to Great Yin City. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Qin Feng was speechless. Why was this girl more clingy than a dogskin plaster? Brother, please be a good person to the end. Send me home. The girl hugged Qin Feng's leg and cried heartbreakingly. Great Yin City is very far from here. Can you bear to let a little girl like me go on the road alone? I can bear to. Qin Feng squatted down and said seriously. The girl was stunned. Her big eyes blinked, and tears hung on her eyelashes. You just wanted me to bring you out of Blackwater Mountain, and I did it. Besides, I only asked for this little reward. I'm already very kind, Qin Feng said. No, you have to send me back to Great Yin City. Besides, I said I'll give you more reward. I can't go back on my word. The girl hugged Qin Feng's leg. No matter how hard Qin Feng tried, she refused to let go. In the end, Qin Feng gave up helplessly and said, All right, I promise you. No, to prove that you're open and above board, you have to leave the jade bracelet with me, the girl said as she wiped her tears. You're asking for a yard after taking an inch. Qin Feng glared at her. He had escorted her all the way, but not only did he not get anything in return, but he also had to give away what he got. How could he do business like this? Good brother, just promise me. I don't care about this. As long as we reach Great Yin City, I'll definitely repay you double. Besides, this will prove that you're an open and above-board person. Now that you've said it, if I don't agree, I'm not such a person. You're definitely not such a person. Let me tell you, I'm not someone who can't do what I say. However, I won't give you the jade bracelet. Half an hour later, Qin Feng escorted the girl back to Great Yin City. When he saw the smile on her face and the jade bracelet on her snow-white wrist, the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn it, I've never seen such a shameless person before. However, since he had promised her, he would naturally do what he said. Moreover, he had searched the unfolding mountain range for a long time. Those people should not be in this area. Great Yin City, Qin Feng muttered softly. He did not expect to meet her again after they had just parted ways. Qin Feng made up his mind. Escorting the girl was just along the way. In fact, he was in a Great Yin City anyway. It would be a waste if he did not use this ready-made favor. With his strength alone, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He could use the Song family's connections to help him. During these days of hurrying, Qin Feng had been intentionally or unintentionally asking about the girl's origin, but it was all cleverly resolved by the other party. This little girl seemed to be heartless, but in fact, her mind was very clear. Regarding her origin, she was unwilling to reveal a single word. Chapter 433. Saving someone, the city walls that were more than 100 meters tall rose from the ground, exuding a sense of majesty and grandeur. There were traces of wind and frost on the walls. Clearly, this was an ancient city. Qin Feng brought the young girl here and said to her, This is Great Yin City. I've already delivered you here. Give me my things. The young girl touched the jade bracelet on her wrist and hesitated for a long time without saying anything. When Qin Feng saw this, he said, Don't tell me you're not going to give it to me. Of course not. The young girl quickly shook her head. She looked at Qin Feng and quickly lowered her head. She whispered, What's your name? You saved me this time. I'll definitely repay you. There's no need for that. Just give me my jade bracelet, Qin Feng said bluntly. Aren't you going to enter Great Yin City with me? No, I still have to return to the unfolding mountain range because I have some personal matters to attend to. Qin Feng touched his nose and replied vaguely. He did not know about the young girl's family background. He did not want to be investigated by her carelessly. The main reason was that he could not let anyone know that he came from the 100,000 Bear Mountains. Therefore, he purposely told the young girl that he was going to return to the unfolding mountain range. Oh, the young girl nodded thoughtfully. After that, there was nothing else. When Qin Feng saw her like this, he asked tentatively, "My reward is the jade bracelet on your wrist. It's time for you to give it to me." The young girl was silent for a while. Suddenly, she raised her head and said, "What's your name? Tell me, and I'll definitely give you the rest of your reward in the future." "There's no need for that." Qin Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "Just give me the jade bracelet." "How can I do that? Am I the kind of person who can't do what I say? If I say I'll give you any benefits, I won't shortchange you. Just give me the jade bracelet. You haven't told me your name yet. Give me the jade bracelet first." "How petty." The young girl glared at Qin Feng. Then, she took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and passed it to Qin Feng. After that, she patted his shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner, "If you run into any trouble in the future, just come to Great Yin City and look for me. You saved my life, so I can't just leave you be." "Okay, I will." With the jade bracelet in hand, Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her and turned to leave. "Brat, remember to look for me in Great Yin City after you're done with your business. I haven't repaid you for saving me." The young girl stood at the city gate and waved her hand. The smile on her face was even more brilliant than a flower. Qin Feng turned around and smiled. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the smile on her face and was startled. Why did he feel that this little girl was smiling slyly? "What do you mean I haven't repaid you?" After looking at the young girl, Qin Feng quickly looked into the jade bracelet. In the next second, a surge of fire rushed into his brain, causing his brain to turn into mush. After a long time, he shouted angrily, "You stinky girl, stop right there. The next time you come to Great Yin City, I will definitely give you your reward." The young girl waved her hand and quickly ran into the city. Qin Feng stood alone at the city gate. He was in a mess. He was fooled by a little girl. What 9 revolution glazed flower? What 6-legged black ginseng? What heavenly mandate spirit pearl? What a big bag of medicinal pills. All kinds of jade bottles? Damn it, not a single one of them was in the jade bracelet space. Qin Feng was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. His vision turned black. Up until now, he had never suffered such a big loss. He had worked so hard for so many days in vain. Just you wait. Qin Feng gritted his teeth angrily. After some time, he finally entered the city. He secretly searched for a while, but he did not find any trace of the young girl. Therefore, he gave up. This wretched girl was very smart. How would she dare to stay in the vicinity? In the end, Qin Feng was speechless when he discovered that he did not even have money for food and lodging. In the past, when he was in the mountains, he would roast spirit beasts when he was hungry. When he was thirsty, he would drink spring water. The sky was his blanket, and the ground was his bed. He did not think much of it. However, now that he had entered a large residential area, he realized that he was penniless. He did not have any medicinal pills, and he had used up all his medicinal herbs. He did not have any money at all. All the wealth he brought from St. Ryuin was used up. He was really poor now. He was all alone. Let's go to the Song family. Qin Feng decided to go to the Song family. His original intention was to ask the Song family to help him find out where Tan Xian, Jing Wui, and the others were. After asking around, Qin Feng quickly found out the location of the Song family. Therefore, he quickly rushed over. Walking slowly on the wide street, feeling the normal atmosphere of the city, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the dangerous mountain forest, this place allowed people to relax. After walking through another street, Qin Feng seemed to be able to see the vague outline of the Song family residence in the distance. "Stop that brat for me." Just as he turned the corner, a shout suddenly came from not far in front of him. Immediately, there was a slight disturbance on the street. A large group of people quickly formed a circle and pointed at the battle inside. Qin Feng casually glanced at the circle of people who were watching the show. He did not go over. Just as he was about to go around the circle, a young man in the crowd sneered, causing him to suddenly stop. "Brat, with your family in such dire straits, it is your sister's fortune that my young master is willing to marry her." "Humph, my sister will never marry that bastard Yulon." "Brat, if you refuse a toast, then drink a forfeit." "Go." The young master said that he does not need his life, but he must see blood. After that cold laughter sounded, another somewhat embarrassed and furious voice sounded. Immediately, a muffled sound of a collision sounded from the crowd. With his back facing the crowd, Qin Feng was silent for a while. When he heard the muffled sounds coming from inside, he sighed and immediately turned around. In the middle of the crowd, there was a 13 or 14-year-old youth in white clothes. His eyes were filled with anger as he fiercely exchanged fists with several men around him. From a spiritual power that seeped out of the youth's body, it seemed that he was only in the bone-strengthening stage. However, the strength of the men surrounding him was clearly much stronger than him. Therefore, the youth was always at a disadvantage. Occasionally, his face would receive a punch, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! After another round of chaotic fighting, a man suddenly and ruthlessly kicked the young man's lower abdomen. Immediately, the latter's body curled up. Seeing that he did not have any strength to retaliate, the few men did not show any signs of stopping. Their forelegs moved together and ruthlessly kicked the young man's body in a tricky and ruthless manner. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the feet containing a ferocious force were about to reach the youth's body, a black shadow suddenly flashed past. Immediately after, a miserable scream sounded out. A man hugged his thigh and rolled on the ground in pain. "Who are you?" "I'll tell you, don't meddle in other people's business. Be careful, or else we'll beat you too." The other men helped the man on the ground up and fiercely said to Qin Feng, "A few adults using such a heavy hand on a 10-year-old child. The good virtue of respecting the old and loving the young is not reflected in you at all." Qin Feng indifferently swept his gaze over the few people and helped the youth up. Chapter 434. A sad marriage. They took out their swords and brandished them towards Qin Feng. Facing their attacks, Qin Feng only casually waved his sleeves. Energy shot out explosively, splitting into 3 streams in the air, directly sending the 3 people who were charging overflying. "You dare to provoke me? Today I'll show you that in Great Yin City." The man was still roaring, but before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. He stared dumbfoundedly at this scene, and his expression was a bit stiff. The man swallowed his saliva and revealed an expression of fear. He weighed the weapon in his hand and threw it away. Qin Feng had sent 3 people who were about as strong as him flying with one move. It seemed like he wasn't a match for Qin Feng alone. Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to 4 trash at the early or middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. He turned around and pulled the youth up. The youth quickly thanked him. "Big brother, thank you." Qin Feng rubbed the youth's head and smiled. "Let's go. Take me to your big sister." "Big brother, do you know my big sister?" The youth curiously looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the man's resentful voice came from behind him. "Brat, who are you to dare to obstruct the Yu family's business? Tell me your name." Qin Feng tilted his head and slowly reached out. He touched the handle of the heaven-splitting axe and said, "Scram within 10 breaths, or die." The man pointed at Qin Feng and mocked. "Who do you think you are to dare to speak to me like this? Do you know who is behind me?" Qin Feng looked at him and narrowed his eyes. In an instant, a sharp and cold aura spread out from his body. Being stared at by that pair of pitch-black eyes, the young man couldn't help but shudder and swallow the vicious words that were about to come out of his mouth. The man glared at Qin Feng and retreated a few steps before daring to say something. Then he turned around and ran. "Good, brat. I'll remember you. Brothers, let's go." Looking away from them, Qin Feng shook his head in boredom. In this day and age, the threshold for acting tough was so low that anyone dared to act tough. The youth stared blankly at Qin Feng. With just a few words, Qin Feng had scared away these people who were used to tyrannical abuse. After that, Qin Feng still had an indifferent look on his face. The youth believed that this should be the image of a strong person in his imagination. Seeing the young man staring at him, Qin Feng smiled and patted his head, saying, "Little guy, take me to your sister." The young man turned his head shyly and muttered, "You're not much older than me." Qin Feng's ears were very sharp. After hearing his words, he couldn't help but smile. "Your elder sister is a little sister in front of me, let alone you." However, this scene was a little funny. After all, no matter how mature Qin Feng was, he still looked very young. Besides, he was not even 20 years old. In the end, he was just a big kid. However, after going through so much, he subconsciously thought that he was already very old. "Little guy, I'm looking for your sister. Take me to her." Qin Feng smiled and said. The young man stared at him with a somewhat cautious look on his face. He asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking for my sister?" Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I'm good friends with your sister. This time, I'm here to help her." "Are you really my sister's friend?" The young man looked at him suspiciously and asked again. "Little guy, you're quite vigilant." Qin Feng smiled and said, "My name is Qin Feng. Your sister should have mentioned me to you." "Qin Feng?" The young man was stunned. He thought for a while and shook his head, saying, "My sister has never heard of this person." Qin Feng was slightly startled. His expression was a little unnatural. Song Shui had never mentioned him. This was a little awkward. I'm really your sister's friend." The young man did not speak. He stared at Qin Feng vigilantly. Suddenly, he was stunned and asked, "You came from the unfolding mountain range?" He remembered that his sister had said many times that she met a kind brother in the unfolding mountain range. He saved her and the others, but he did not know his name. Qin Feng nodded. "You're the person who saved my sister." The young man was delighted. His eyes were filled with surprise. "Now you believe me, right? Can you take me to your sister now?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Yes." The young man nodded repeatedly. Not only did his sister say that she met a kind brother in the unfolding mountain range, but many people in the family also said that this person was very powerful. Following behind the young man, the latter excitedly told him about the unfolding mountain range. He also said that many young people in the family were talking about him and wanted to meet him. Qin Feng did not expect that he was so famous in the Song family. The young man even said that he was quite famous in Great Yin City. Many people knew about him. "Big brother, my name is Song Xiaoyan. Can you teach me how to become as powerful as you?" Song Xiaoyan asked with a hopeful look on his face. "Why do you want to become stronger?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "Because I want to protect my sister. Only when I become as strong as you will the family value me. Only then will I be able to protect my sister," Song Xiaoyan said. When he said this, his tone was very determined. Qin Feng's smile froze. He knew so much at such a young age. Looking at Song Xiaoyan, Qin Feng's eyes were slightly dazed. It was as if he saw a shadow of himself in him. He used to be like Song Xiaoyan. He hoped that he could become stronger so that he could stand beside his sister and fight side by side with her. Like him, he was determined. After Qin Yao's accident, their bloodline quickly declined. If his father was not the head of the family, he could not believe that their bloodline was not in good shape at that time. In Song Xiaoyan, Qin Feng saw himself in the past. In order to protect his sister, he was determined to become stronger. He sighed and paused for a while. Suddenly, he asked, "Is Xiao Xue getting married?" Song Xiaoyan's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Yes, the family has decided. I heard that they want to form a marriage alliance with the Yu family, so they want my sister to marry over." "Is your sister willing?" "So what if she's not willing? Our bloodline doesn't have any say in the family." The young man sighed and said, "My sister knows that she's just a chess piece to maintain the family's interests. She can't resist, so she usually pretends that it doesn't matter. However, I know that she's unwilling. She just doesn't dare to resist." This will only make our bloodline's situation worse. I often see her hiding under a tree and crying. I want to help her, but Song Xiaoyan lowered his head as tears fell from his face. Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder and sighed in his heart. It was not good for him to interfere in other people's family matters. However, as long as Song Shui was willing, he would take her away. He was afraid that Song Shui would not leave with him for the sake of her family. He knew her character. She could sacrifice everything for the people close to her. She knew that if she was unwilling, her bloodline's future would be even more difficult. In other words, a marriage alliance was the last bit of value that their bloodline could be used by the family. Chapter 435. Arrogant guard dog. As they chatted, the two of them arrived at the Song family mansion. However, before they could enter, they were stopped by a guard. One of them said coldly, "Outsiders must be reported." "He's not an outsider. He's my sister's friend," Song Xiaoyan said with a sullen face. "No matter whose friend he is, he must be reported." The guard glanced at Song Xiaoyan with a look of contempt. "Why? Cousin Song Su. Doesn't Cousin Song Yuan often bring her friends here? Why don't you report?" Song Xiaoyan clenched his fists and said angrily. The guard chuckled and said sarcastically, "Who are you? What's your sister's status? How can she be compared to the young master and young miss?" "You." Song Xiaoyan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Qin Feng reached out to comfort Song Xiaoyan. He smiled at the guard and asked, "May I ask Song Shui if Song Xiaoyan is the young miss of the Song family? Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" The guard waved his hand impatiently. "You just need to tell me yes or no." Qin Feng smiled and squinted his eyes. The guard was just about to curse when his heart skipped a beat. Being stared at by Qin Feng, although he was smiling, he felt unnatural. "Yes, so what?" he said, obviously lacking confidence. Qin Feng nodded slightly and said, "As the guard of the Song family, you are a servant. To be so disrespectful to your master, I don't know if you have eaten a bear's heart or leopard's guts, or if the Song family style is like this. Servants can be disrespected by their superiors." "Who are you?" The guard stared at Qin Feng and touched the hilt of his sword. At the same time, he gestured for the others to come over. With many guards gathered around him, the guard became more confident. He pointed at Qin Feng and shouted, "I don't care who you are. Get out of here, or I'll let you leave." "I'm not anyone. I'm just a friend of your young miss, Song Shui," Qin Feng said indifferently. "Who can prove it?" The guard sneered and said to the people around him, "Brothers, who knows that Miss Song Shui has such a friend?" "I don't know. I've never seen him before." A group of guards jeered. "Did you hear that? No one knows you. Get lost." The guard impatiently waved his hand. Perhaps because he had been frightened by Qin Feng before, he felt that his complexion was damaged, so he was deliberately making things difficult for him. Qin Feng stared coldly at this group of arrogant and domineering watchdogs, then turned to Song Xiaoyan and asked, "Do we need to report when your young master and young miss bring their friends here?" "There's no need. They're deliberately making things difficult for me and making things difficult for my sister," Song Xiaoyan said angrily. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. He pulled Song Xiaoyan and said, "Come, let's go inside." He pulled Song Xiaoyan and walked inside. "Brothers, this person wants to barge into the Song family. Take him down." The guard shouted. He took out his sword and slashed at Qin Feng. At the same time, the 4 or 5 people beside him acted at the same time. 5 or 6 sharp blades filled with tyrannical spirit energy slashed at Qin Feng's head. This was a killing move. Before the attack arrived, a powerful wind blew. Song Xiaoyan's face turned pale, and he staggered back. He was only at the Strongbone realm. Naturally, he couldn't withstand the pressure of several spirit-detecting realm experts. But soon, a gentle wind enveloped him. At the same time, the oppressive force suddenly disappeared. Bang! At the same time, the long blades with a cold luster also slashed down. However, they stopped less than a foot above Qin Feng's head. No matter how hard they tried, the long blades stopped there, unable to move any further. Their faces were lifeless as they revealed a terrified expression, because they saw that Qin Feng did not move at all, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. However, their weapons seemed to be controlled by a mysterious power and were unable to move. With Qin Feng's current strength and control of spirit energy, these people couldn't sense the existence of spirit energy at all. Gulp! The group of guards swallowed their saliva with horror on their faces. Especially when they saw Qin Feng's indifferent eyes, a chill surged in their hearts. Song Xiaoyan also looked at Qin Feng in shock. What kind of method was this? He clearly didn't move at all. Why did the guards seem to be frozen? Let's go. Qin Feng smiled and walked away. He directly passed through the group of guards who seemed to be frozen. Who dares to be so fierce in the Song family? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. An old man in his 50s who looked like a housekeeper walked out and looked coldly at Qin Feng. Song Xiaoyan pointed at the guards and said, "Housekeeper Song, this is my sister's friend, but they won't let him in." Housekeeper Song glanced at the guards and said indifferently, "When a stranger enters the family, we naturally have to report. Their attitude may be wrong, but their actions are not wrong. Also, this person has committed a crime in the Song family. No matter who he is, he will be punished." The old man said indifferently. There was nothing wrong with his words, but it was obvious that he was biased. Song Xiaoyan also understood the meaning of the housekeeper's words. He immediately became anxious and said, "Housekeeper Song, they attacked first." Housekeeper Song. When the guards saw Housekeeper Song appear, they quickly ran over with confidence. Housekeeper Song was an expert at the late stage of the small heaven realm. No matter how powerful this young man was, he couldn't be Housekeeper Song's opponent. Moreover, what kind of powerful friends could that poor young lady make? It was Song Xiaoyan who brought this young man and forced his way in. We kindly reminded them that they needed to report. That guard stared at Qin Feng with a face full of resentment and told Housekeeper Song about what had happened just now with some embellishment. "Zhao Lao-san, you're talking nonsense." Song Xiaoyan was so angry that his whole body trembled. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, indicating that he should stop talking. He tilted his head and looked indifferently at how that person said how rude they were in front of Housekeeper Song. "We were just following the rules." However, this person deliberately bullied us because he was Miss Song Shue's friend and was powerful. He even said that we were all watchdogs. Housekeeper Song listened quietly, then looked at Qin Feng and said, "Young man, do you have any rebuttals?" If Housekeeper Song believes it, what's the point of my rebuttal? Qin Feng smiled faintly with a hint of mockery. "If that's the case, then accept your punishment. Not everyone can break into the Song family's gate." Housekeeper Song waved his hand and said indifferently, "Take him down." Housekeeper Song, this person's strength. The guard was in a difficult position. In front of me, a little kid like him can behave atrociously. Housekeeper Song said coldly, "Just do it. I want to see if he dares to fight back." Okay. A few guards walked towards Qin Feng with bad intentions. "Housekeeper Song, he is my sister's friend." Song Xiaoyan was so angry that he was trembling. Chapter 436. Lesson after being called a dog. The guards' eyes were filled with murderous intent. With the unfathomable Housekeeper Song behind them, they were not afraid of Qin Feng at all. They all pounced on Qin Feng like wolves and tigers. Bang! 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 Qin Feng did not stop, and the guards were sent flying one by one. Blood spurted from their mouths as they lay on the ground, wailing. Housekeeper Song, this person did not put our Song family in his eyes. He must be severely punished. The guard lay on the ground, clutching his chest as he shouted, "You have some skills, but the Song family is not a place for you to behave atrociously." Housekeeper Song sneered. His 5 fingers suddenly bent as he roared. Accompanied by the sharp cry of an eagle, his eagle claws carried a strong fluctuation of spirit energy as he grabbed at Qin Feng's head. Looking at the fierceness of his attack, it was clear that he wanted to kill. "Housekeeper Song, he is my sister's friend." "You can't," Song Xiaoyan shouted. This Housekeeper Song was very strong. If he made a move, his sister's friend would definitely not be able to deal with him. However, before he could finish speaking, his words froze in his throat as he stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. Housekeeper Song swooped down from above. His sharp claws flashed with a fierce light as he viciously grabbed at Qin Feng's head. However, when his claws were less than a palm away from Qin Feng's head, they suddenly froze as if they were blocked by an invisible force. Crack! A clear sound rang out as Housekeeper Song's arm suddenly bent at an irregular angle. He seemed to be stunned for a moment before a sharp and miserable shriek abruptly rang out from his throat. Noisy! Qin Feng coldly snorted and did not move at all. The air in front of Housekeeper Song suddenly exploded. The latter's body trembled as he was sent flying. While his body was still in the air, he violently vomited blood. The guards stared blankly at Housekeeper Song, who was vomiting blood and lying on the ground with a broken arm. They then looked at Qin Feng and felt a chill run down their spines. They could not help but shiver. Housekeeper Song was an expert at the late stage of the small heaven realm. He was terrifyingly powerful, but he couldn't even withstand a single move from this person. No, it wasn't just one move. The other party didn't even make a move. He only snorted. What kind of evil technique was this? Housekeeper Song was also stunned. The sharp pain from his arm made his old face look somewhat ferocious. His field of vision was naturally wider than those guards, and he could feel that the other party was using a mysterious power that they could not see. However, he was still not sure what it was that had attacked him. It was very similar to spiritual power, but it was slightly different. When that power came into contact with him, part of his body would disappear, so he concluded that it was not spiritual power. You? Who exactly are you? Why are you causing trouble in my Song clan? Steward Song trembled as he pointed at Qin Feng. As a steward, he couldn't yell like the others. He could only endure the pain in his arm. Qin Feng ignored him and walked forward with Song Xiaoyan. How dare you? The steward roared and jumped up. He pointed at Qin Feng and said, Brat, you are indeed very capable, but the Song clan is not a place where you can behave atrociously. As he said that, a sinister smile flashed across his face. He saw that Miss Song Lin had already come over. With Miss Song Lin's attitude, she would definitely avenge him. Qin Feng also saw Song Lin behind Steward Song, who was like a star surrounded by stars. He stood there without moving. Miss, this person wants to barge into the Song clan. We have tried our best to stop him, but who knew that the thief is too powerful? We are no match for him at all. Steward Song hurriedly ran towards Song Lin. His attitude was very respectful as he bowed his head and said, Song Lin, who was chatting and laughing with a group of sisters, frowned when she saw the situation. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly saw Qin Feng. Her pretty face suddenly froze. She didn't even hear what Steward Song said. She just stared blankly at Qin Feng. What? Someone dares to cause trouble in the Song clan? Are they tired of living? A rather enchanting woman beside Song Lin exclaimed. She looked as if she was frightened, but her tone was clearly that of someone who wanted to watch a good show. Yeah, where did this bumpkin come from? Steward Song, quickly chase him away. Looking at him is affecting our mood. The group of women chattered and didn't even look at Qin Feng. In fact, it was true. Qin Feng had been in the mountains for so many days, and he didn't care about his image. At this moment, he looked just a little better than a beggar. Seeing Song Lin, Song Xiaoyan shrunk his neck and said softly, Cousin Song Lin, they're deliberately making things difficult for us. My sister's friend was only acting in self-defense. Nonsense. Steward Song glared and shouted. He clearly relied on his strength and didn't put us in his eyes to force his way in. Qin Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest. The corner of his mouth held a faint, mocking smile. He didn't say anything and quietly watched Steward Song and the few guards put on a show. Song Lin stared blankly at Qin Feng. Xiaolin, quickly order someone to chase this barbarian away, so as not to affect our mood while shopping. The enchanting woman from before said, and then said to Steward Song, quickly get someone to chase this person away. Miss you, we are also not a match for this person. Steward Song revealed a difficult expression. Miss, this person looked down on the Song family and injured people. We must punish him severely. Steward Song said to Song Lin. Pa! A crisp slap suddenly rang out. The group of people were dumbfounded, including the few sisters beside Song Lin. They all stared blankly at her. This Steward Song was from Song Lin's father's side, and she herself didn't like Song Shui and her brother. They thought that Song Lin would at least order someone to chase this person away, but why did she slap Steward Song? At this moment, Steward Song was also dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his miss would slap him. This was completely different from Song Lin's previous style of doing things. Ignoring these people, Song Lin walked towards Qin Feng. Her hands were holding her dress, her cheeks were slightly red, and her head was lowered. She looked like a little girl. Her words immediately stunned everyone present. Big Brother Qin Feng, a group of servants don't know what's good for them and offended you. Please don't be angry. Song Lin stood in front of Qin Feng with her head lowered and said softly. Qin Feng looked at Song Lin, who was completely different from the first time he met her. He smiled faintly and said, Miss Song Lin, the Song family style is really unflattering. A group of servants dare to be disrespectful to their master. I'm sorry, we didn't discipline them well. I will definitely punish them after this. Song Lin said softly. Her group of friends felt dizzy. This was still the Song Lin they knew. To be mocked like this, even her most respected cousin, Song Su, would throw a tantrum when he said this. Why was she completely obedient in front of this person? Missy, Steward Song stared blankly at this scene, and his heart went cold. Shut up. Song Lin turned around and glared fiercely at Steward Song. She said sternly, Big Brother Qin Feng is my friend. How can you offend him? All of you, come here and apologize. Steward Song and the few guards were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this person Song Shui's friend? When did he become Song Lin's friend? Chapter 437. Roping in from all sides upon hearing this figure, Steward Song and the guards acted as if they had seen a life-saving straw. They quickly ran over and said, Young Master Song Su, this person is relying on. Therefore, he repeated what he had told Song Lin to Song Su and Song Yuan without changing a single word. That's right. Young Master, young Miss, this person is too excessive. A few guards were also adding oil to the fire, saying how unreasonable Qin Feng was. Brother Su, this person is indeed too much. You have to teach him a lesson. When the enchanting woman saw Song Su, her eyes immediately lit up and she stuck to him. Her soft voice gave people goosebumps. Song Su smiled and politely pushed the woman away. He walked in front of Qin Feng and cupped his hands. Brother Qin Feng, some servants didn't know what was good for them and offended you. I apologize on their behalf. This time, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. Who was this young man? Song Su's attitude towards him was not just that of an ordinary friend, but also a little respectful. This made them dizzy. There were only a few famous young elites in Great Yin City or disciples of high officials and noble families. However, this person was completely unrelated to them. It was fine if Song Lin was like this, but why was Song Su like this as well? One had to know that there were not many young people in Great Yin City who were qualified to make Song Su show such an attitude. Steward Song and the guards felt a chill in their hearts. Until now, they still didn't know that this person had a terrifying background. They had offended someone they shouldn't have. Qin Feng, Steward Song muttered under his breath. Housekeeper Song muttered in a low voice. At a certain moment, his expression changed drastically. He finally remembered that this person's name was quite resounding in the family these days. Although he was injured, he killed Su Li, who was at the late stage of the Small Heaven Realm, destroyed the Mo clan scheme, and saved many disciples of the Song clan. At Scarlet Flame Mountain, he single-handedly dispelled the attacks of more than a dozen rank 5 spirit beasts. He even snatched 4 leaves of the Heaven Blending Grass. In the end, he achieved a super breakthrough in the lava and easily killed a half-step 9th level Heaven Realm expert from Sin City who was targeting the Song clan. Moreover, he gave the 2 leaves to the Song family unconditionally. Just this last point alone was enough for the Song family to be grateful to him. Not to mention that he had saved the Song family from a half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm master. Moreover, Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others all held him in high esteem, thinking that he was someone worth roping in. They also recognized his potential. The Song clan was also quite concerned about this person. Now, there were even people looking for Qin Feng in the unfolding mountain range, wanted to rope him into the Song clan. In other words, this lord might become the most respected existence in the Song family in the future. It's actually him. Housekeeper Song's eyes were dull. He knew that he had stirred up big trouble. The Song clan was thinking of ways to win over Qin Feng, but he ended up causing such a scene. Without a doubt, as long as he could appease Qin Feng's dissatisfaction with the Song clan, he and his guards could be abandoned at any time. Thinking up to this point, Steward Song's face turned ashen. How could he be so blind? A great god was standing right in front of him, yet he actually misjudged him and offended him in the most hurtful manner. This old man was blind. Please don't take offense, little brother Qin Feng. He knelt down in front of Qin Feng, not only to make up for his mistake, but also out of fear. This lord could easily kill a half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm master. If he wanted to attack him, wouldn't it be as simple as moving his little finger? The guards also understood who they had offended and knelt down, tears streaming down their faces. Song Lin and the other sisters also looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Obviously, they had also heard about this person's actions in Scarlet Flame Mountain. It was said that he could easily kill a half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm master. The enchanting woman's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. She had heard about this person from her family and knew that he was very important to them. They had even secretly sent people to the unfolding mountain range to try and rope him in. She also knew that many prominent families had similar thoughts. After all, Yin City's Heavenly Secret Pavilion was about to open, and everyone wanted to find a strong foreign aid to increase their strength and obtain a spot to enter the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Now that such a young master had appeared, it was natural that everyone wanted to rope him in. So, it's little brother Qin Feng. I heard about your amazing actions in Scarlet Flame Mountain. Now that I've met you today, you really are a hero. She stepped forward with a bright smile. Before she even got close, Qin Feng smelled a pungent perfume. He frowned slightly and nimbly stepped away, avoiding the woman's approach. As expected, you're young and promising. Little brother is a young hero. Song Lin's group of sisters surrounded him. These people were either from prominent families or great families. They were not only good at eating, drinking, and having fun. They were also scheming. Qin Feng was quite famous in Great Yin City, but many people in their upper-class circle paid attention to him. They all wanted to rope him in and make use of him. Now that they had met him, they naturally wanted to find a way to win Qin Feng's favor for their forces. Song Lin rolled her eyes at these sisters and hurriedly stopped them from coming closer. She said in a low voice, "Big brother Qin Feng doesn't know you. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to shop anymore." "Little Lin, that's not right. We all admire little brother Qin Feng. He doesn't belong to you alone. What right do you have to stop us?" Song Lin blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and leave. I don't welcome you." Song Su knew what Yuna and the others were planning. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Qin Feng, what do you plan to do with these ignorant servants?" Qin Feng shook his head and said, "You know that's not what I care about." Song Su nodded and smiled awkwardly. He said, "Please come in. It's not convenient to talk about some things here." Qin Feng nodded and followed Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others inside. "All right, let's go." Song Lin hurriedly dismissed the group of sisters and hurriedly chased after them. In a quiet courtyard, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There was a small bridge over flowing water, a rock pavilion, and everything else. Qin Feng, Song Su, Song Yuan, Song Lin, and Song Xiaoyan sat in the stone pavilion. Song Yuan poured a cup of tea for Qin Feng and said softly, "You're here for little Shue's marriage, right?" Qin Feng nodded slightly. Although that wasn't the case, since he knew, he also wanted to help Song Shue solve the problem. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Song Yuan sighed softly. There was a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She said, "I asked little Shue if she's willing, but you should know her well." "She's willing," Qin Feng said indifferently. "My sister isn't willing. She was forced." Song Xiaoyan clenched his fists. "Who forced little Shue?" Song Su looked at him and asked. Song Xiaoyan fell silent. After a while, he said softly, "She doesn't have the right to choose. Isn't this forcing her? What's worse than not being able to resist is not even having the right to resist." Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the young Song Xiaoyan to say something like that. The children of the poor are already in charge. Qin Feng sighed and said, "Don't think that he doesn't know anything." Chapter 438. Exotic Desolate Spirit Shi. Our family plans to form a marriage alliance with the Yu family. Song Su sighed and said, "You should know about political marriages between families. No matter when, the family's interests come first. If it was little Yuan or little Lin today, they could only accept it. For the Song family to form a marriage alliance, the other party must be a major faction. Song Shue's branch is declining. Even if they want to form a marriage alliance, it shouldn't be her turn." Qin Feng said, "The Song family was one of the most famous families in Great Yin City, or even the Great Yin Empire. How could the other party be a small faction in such a marriage alliance? It can't be helped. The heir of the Yu family has been interested in little Shue for a long time." Song Yuan shook her head and said helplessly, "The Yu family is related to the imperial family and can be considered a prominent family. This is an opportunity for our Song family. Moreover, little Shue's branch. The family is naturally willing in this aspect. If we can form a marriage alliance with the Yu family, we will have some influence in the imperial family." Qin Feng fell silent. He was very clear about political marriages between families. As long as it was for the family's interests, any personal honor or disgrace was insignificant. He deeply understood this point. In the primitive land, the system in the city of Sin was even stricter than here. Many slave families wanted to form a relationship with the top 10 clans. The strength of the top 10 clans was also very complicated. Marriage alliances were just child's play. "Brother Qin Feng, you may not know, but the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in Yin City is about to open. If we have support in the Imperial Court, it will be very helpful for us to obtain a spot in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." This time, even if the Yu family didn't propose it, the other clans also had this idea. This time it's little Shue. Next time, it might be little Yuan or little Lin. Song Su smiled bitterly and said, "Although we are disciples of large clans and seem to have boundless glory on the surface, the moment we speak, we are destined to shoulder the responsibility on our shoulders. For the sake of the family, we have to be prepared to sacrifice ourselves at any time. Even our marriage is not something we can decide on ourselves." Hearing this, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. This was also the reason why he didn't want to get involved in their family's internal affairs. It was because he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be explained purely by right or wrong. However, this matter involved Song Shue, and Qin Feng could not bear to stand by and do nothing. Song Shue was the first person he met when he came to the outside world, and she was also the one who treated him sincerely. In other words, without Song Shue, whether or not he could survive was still a question. If Song Shue needed his help, he would take her away without hesitation. But she would not agree because she had never said anything about her marriage. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng suddenly asked, "You just said that the marriage alliance between the Song clan and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was partly due to the quota. What do you mean by that?" Yin City's Heaven's Secret Pavilion is a mystical place. At this point, Song Su's eyes burned with passion. The Divine Secret Pavilion is managed by the royal family and opens once every 50 years. It is a place of fortune, but the number of people allowed in is limited. There are only 8 divine secret tokens, and the divine secret token is the only way into the divine secret pavilion. To obtain a divine secret token, one must enter the top 8 of Yin City's guild competition. One divine secret token allows at least 10 people to enter the divine secret pavilion. Currently, the various large families, powers, and sects are all thinking of ways to enter the top 8 of Yin City's guild competition. Song Yuan continued. But how can it be so easy to enter the top 8? The Song clan is one of the 4 great powers of Great Yin City. Can't even enter the top 8? Qin Feng asked. You're oversimplifying things. Song Su shook his head, smiling bitterly as he said, the Song clan is indeed a large family in Great Yin City, but Yin City's guild competition is a test for the younger generation. Only youngsters like us can participate. There are no restrictions in Yin City's guild competition. As long as one's age does not exceed the requirements, one can participate. At this point, Song Su smiled awkwardly and continued. Although the Song clan is one of the 4 great powers, its development has declined over the years. To be frank, we are not completely confident of entering the top 8. You should have noticed that Little Yuan and I have broken through to the half-step 9th heaven realm. Qin Feng nodded. They were already at the late stage of the minor heaven realm. It was only natural for them to use the heaven-blending grass to break through to the half-step 9th heaven realm. Moreover, the Supreme Mystery Sect's Li Hen isn't the only young expert in Great Yin City. There are also Zhou Xuanwu and Zhou Mo from the Zhou clan, Mo Sun from the Mo clan, and some other fellows who have been keeping a low profile are all waiting for the opening of the Divination Pavilion. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed when he heard this. It seemed that Great Yin City was also a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Feng had come into contact with all of these people before, and to be honest, they were indeed extraordinary. Now that he had reached the half-step heavenly stage, his strength was bound to rise to another level. However, there were many such young geniuses in the dark, and even more outstanding ones. From this, one could see that the competition for the 8 spots would definitely be a bitter struggle. So when the Yu clan proposed this marriage, no one in the clan objected and agreed on the spot. We do need some support, Song Su said. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng suddenly asked, what kind of fortune does the divine secret pavilion have? Exotic, desolate spirit Qi, Song Su said. Qin Feng was stunned. What's exotic, desolate spirit Qi? It's a unique kind of world energy that's extremely beneficial to cultivation. Song Su licked his lips and said, it's said that exotic, desolate spirit Qi is a special kind of gas produced when the world's spirit Qi reaches a certain level. This kind of gas has indescribable benefits for condensing the body and cultivating spirit Qi. Some elders even say that exotic, desolate spirit Qi is the purest energy in the world before the creation of the world. The world spirit Qi we cultivate now is the product of exotic, desolate spirit Qi being diluted countless times. If we can obtain a divine secret token, we can let 10 of our clansmen be baptized by exotic, desolate spirit Qi. This is extremely beneficial to any force. In a sense, anyone who is baptized by exotic, desolate spirit Qi will have great achievements in the future. This is also why the various forces are so interested in the 8 spots of the Divine Secret Pavilion. If there's some support in the court, it'll be helpful for us to obtain the 8 spots, and the Yu family is quite a bit of way in the court, Song Su said. Brat, you must find a way to get some exotic, desolate spirit Qi. The demon, I suddenly said while Qin Feng was silent. Qin Feng's expression didn't change as he inwardly asked, Old devil, is this thing really as good as they say? It's 1,000 times better than that. You only need to know that with enough exotic, desolate spirit Qi, you can quickly awaken your sister and little girlfriend. Moreover, in the future, when you help them completely revive, exotic, desolate spirit Qi is also an important ingredient. Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart trembled. To think that exotic, desolate spirit Qi had such an effect. His eyes heated up. Although with energy could also achieve this, it required time to accumulate. According to Qin Feng's guess, it would take at least half a year for his sister and Gong Xiaoxi's divine sense to revive. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.